All right. Yeah. Very good. Actually, I've got more yellow bags. Yeah, what it is, I've been outside, and I've had another delivery. I've got loads of yellow bags. I've actually got. Well, I haven't got many of these. I've been giving these away today. Actually, these are the tablets. You know that. They're kind of great. I mean, these are really for kids, and but I think adults could also use them as well. Because you could put your notes on there, maybe a telephone number or whatever, and then press the button and it all clears, and then start again. So it's kind of good, really. Um, well, I've got these yellow bags, and I'll put some of the tablets in. Not many. And well, I've got a few beach balls. Not many. I've got these Happy Snacks crisps. I got them from the Poundland shop, and I think I've been putting in one bag in each bag. In a Happy Snacks situation, with one of these tablets and a beach ball. And yeah, I've got whistles as well. Some whistles. I should really get some little cars and all that and put them in the bags as well. I've got more stuff coming. I've spent nearly all my benefits. It's crazy. It's all gone. Money's gone. I've got no money at all, really. But I'm all right for food and all that, and I've got electric and everything's all right, you know. But I can't go nowhere because I've got no money. You know. Yeah, I was quite amazing really over the years. I mean, I was the piano man. I was up and down the country selling pianos to all the families everywhere. It's funny, really. Yeah, well, let's see now what we are waiting. That's right. Yeah. I'm guessing. Yep. I'm fucking freezing. I had to put my jumper on, my bottoms on and all that. I'm your only viewer. That's great. RF. Leo. That's great. I'm a Leo. I was born in August. I'm a Leo. Where's Gordy? Really bad guy. I was outside. I'm kind of like I had to deal with something. It was quite sad, really. There was a nipper about 17 or whatever killed some young girls and all that, and it really upset me. And it upset a lot of people. Trust me. But like I say, I mean, you have to be careful what you say and what you do. This is it. I kind of made a little bit of an error, but it's all right. We're all sorting it out. It's just fine. Everything's gonna be fine. Yeah. So, yeah, I've been on that TV website. I mean, imagine, right? When I was on the CB rig, I was called the Spaceman. There is actually some guy on YouTube talking about the Fantastic Four and everything. Now, if you think about my mother, well, she had four fantastic boys. Yeah, and my dad actually wanted to have a girl, but he went somewhere else and had a daughter. You know, but like I say, I mean, yeah, I'm the eldest, and I was the best. That's what they say. And I was a Cub Scout, Army Cadet, all that, and well, I was a dry cleaner. Then I was a piano man, up and down the country selling pianos to all the families. And the Dutch Embassy. The Dutch Embassy had one, and Prince Andrew, well, he's commended me for doing so well, and his words were "wow," and I'm like, yeah, that's great, but you didn't mention the piano business at all. Why not? I mean, what's going on? I mean, it's really weird. It is. I put all this music into people's houses and all that, and really, it was hard work to do that as well. It was quite mad, really, to carry pianos, put them into people's houses and all that, upstairs, downstairs, wherever you might be. Now, I bought these. I bought loads of these because these are great, right? Now, if you can make someone feel good, give them one of these. I bought loads of these. Yeah, see that? You are awesome, right? And then on the back, you can see all this. Look. It's great. Now the idea is to make someone feel good. So what you do, you say to yourself, "Look, you've been great over the years. Have one of these, boom, boom, boom," and they're really happy. This is it. A treat to defeat anxiety and upset. It's quite easy to do. The different ways you can look after someone or whatever, or a family or whatever it might be. I'm quite happy with myself. I know I've done good over the years, 100%. But like, I mean, I'm still like fucking skint, got no money, can't afford a house or anything. I'm in a place which is just designated to, it's like it's just like a council place. It's like it's just a place to live, and that's it. The one lady actually, I was helping her because her eyes were a bit dodgy, and she said I was lovely and kind. Loads of money for me for being lovely and kind. I did look after her, and I see her only the other day. I see her, and I was in Panhandle, and I said, "Hello, Jane." And she said, "Hello, listen to that." Fire. That's crazy. Yeah, so you can try your way. You can look after. I mean, I've looked after families and everything. It's crazy. Different people. Different issues. Yeah, I'm really annoyed with the NHS, the way they label me. Bloody. And well, there was a lady called Julie Bassey, a lovely woman, about quite tall and really nice and soft voice and all that. And I loved her a bit. But like I say, she's not working for the social services no more. That's it. But anyway, I said to her, I said, why are they saying I'm bloody psychopathic and fucking schizophrenic, bipolar, schizoaffective and unwell playing music? I mean, I'm just a human being. I like music. I like fucking Beethoven and orchestra stuff and all that, and club music and raves and all that. I never did when Glastonbury and all that sort of stuff going on and raves. I was busy. I was a piano man and that was it. I mean, I was like all over the country and it was crazy. I didn't have time to go raving or anything like that, really. Yeah, it's quite mad, really. I am a bit worried about the way it is with kids and all that because they grow up a little bit, to being a teenager or something, and then they go and stab someone and kill someone. And it's really wrong, really. It's bad. It's terrible. I really want to make sure that they're not going to be like that. If I was there and I was sort of goodie bags and looking after them, they would never pick up a knife and hurt no one, hurt someone. I'd love to know why that never hurt someone. Maybe I shouldn't talk about this really. Well, it's all right. It doesn't matter. Fuck it. Yeah. I've never hurt no one. I think I did one time. I had a mate and I punched him a few times and that. But that was many years ago. I'm 56 now. I'm just going to die one day. I'll probably die in about another 20 years. I reckon I'll be dead, and that's it. There'll be no Mr. No, I was a spaceman on the CB rigs. I was the real Stone Raver. And also the goodie bag guy and the family friend and all that, yeah, and yeah, that's right. There's someone on YouTube talking about the Fantastic Four and all that, and I thought that's pretty cool because I think about the Fantastic Four. That was a good film, actually. It was a good film, really. But I think about my family. I've got 4 brothers. I know 3 brothers. I'm the eldest. And there was a guy that said I was the best. And so that was quite nice to know. It was hard when my mother went to Desborough House, a mental health place. And fucking hell, that was it. I was a target. This place was a target. There was all sorts going on. There was police walking in this place and bloody putting me in section units. Absolutely fucking mental. I couldn't believe it. Fuck this. You know what I mean? Seriously. I was in section units and I was having a go at my brothers and everything. Fucking what's going on, Because I was also a bit upset with my mum, fucking what the fuck? I mean, seriously, mum, my mother in a council place, a 3-bedroom house with me and my brothers in it, and my dad had separated. He moved on. But I spent time with my dad here and there. I did, as that was. Because down the road is Eastleigh, and fucking there's a railway institute, and I'd be playing snooker in them days when I was about 12 or 14, having a few beers and going over to my mum's and making beer and wine. And after that, I think it was my brother Mark, he become known as. And cannabis was around quite a lot actually, but like then weed come about, and that was quite mad. Yeah, all this. Well, I don't drink. That's it. I mean, all right actually, but I'm just a bit fed up with life at the moment. I found my chair that disappeared. The police said, "Is that there? There it is." I thought, "Fuck me, that's my chair, for fuck's sake." There was a lady called Trudy, right? She stole fucking 2 chairs and 2 tents and all that. Fucking just took it, and that was it. And the police officer done nothing for me at all. He didn't even bother to get me my things back again. It didn't charge her or nothing. Just let her go with my stuff, and that was it. So this is why I say the police are a bit dodgy, really, because they don't exactly do what they should do. I don't know. I did say to the police, I said, "Look, I'm a bit worried about the situation. What I've been seeing on the telly is not very nice, really. It's not good. And I don't want to see you guys get fucking attacked or whatever, well, it's fucking mental, really. I've been dealing with different issues and all that. It's mad. It's fucking crazy. You end up just wanting to die. That's it. You just do. That's it. My mate across the road, he's dead. He was with me in a section unit, both of us, and he chucked me a 10 quid, I think it was, and I got myself a latte and sat in Starbucks for a while. I had 2 hours leave and that. Yeah, like I say, this guy killed himself. It's sad. It's terrible. And the NHS, they don't even know what they're doing. They just harass you and fucking section you to fucking pieces. I really don't want all these memories, but I've got all these memories in my brain now. It's fucking bang like that. My days as a piano man, that would have been fine to remember. But like I say, now I've got other shit to deal with. Mental health and all that bollocks. I mean, fucking hell. Fucking hell. Wow, it's a bit cold out, to be honest. I have my shorts and t-shirt on, and I'll just put this on because I'm fucking freezing. And I'm never going to forget this bloody police lady walking around this coffee table, calling me Poppet, I think she was, and I was calling her CUNT several times, actually. And I think it did her a little bit. And she said, "If you carry on, I'm going to arrest you." But really? I'm a bit fed up with life. I'm sick of life, actually, to be honest. I'm fed up. You should see my stomach is a mess. But all I've had to deal with is bloody mental health. I mean, they don't care about my stomach at all. They just rather just drag me around and throw me in section units and fucking drive me crazy. I'm not just your average guy. I'm the piano man. I was a busy fucking man, I'll say that. Fucking hell. I am fed up with life. I am, because I've got no lady in my life at all. No one to love. I don't even know who to turn to, really. I mean, fucking, I don't know. I'm too shy. I don't fucking go chatting to ladies and all that. I'm just too fucking messed up. I can't believe it. Fucking hell. God. Take me back to Planet of the Apes. Yeah, because that's where I should live. Like an ape. Or Tarzan. Yeah, I can talk to the animals. Do you remember that? I mean, all these programs, we've been talking about history and all that. And this guy's talking about the Fantastic Four and all that. And, well, I think the Fantastic Four was okay. It was fine. We had Batman, Robin. We had fucking Superman, Spider-Man, fucking well, yeah, all these different people. I mean, fucking hell. Well, I'm all right. I'm fine. I only started going live because the NHS were coming around my house. And I had to catch the fuckers. My mum was fucking, well, I took her to the beach out a couple of times, but when I was having Carol Flood, the dear old lady behind her, my mum was fucking jealous. She didn't like it because I would drop over that lady all the time. And her son was actually saying, "Oh, do you fancy my mum?" No, Steve. Do you fancy me? I said, "No, fucking Steve. No, I don't fucking fancy you at all." Okay, now. I just don't know what to say. I'm fucking. Well, I don't know what to say. I really don't know. You. I say no. You say. What do you say? I don't know. Go, go, go. Down. Oh no. Oh. Oh. Is all my medication? Oh, there it is. Yeah, mostly. Oh, some Neuropens. Yeah. I can't believe how fucking skinny I am. It's fucking crazy. I just got to stop buying all this shit from Tammy. I am the goodie bag guy. Oh my god. Yeah, I put it all together in your little bags and fucking. Yeah, kid, have that. Some parents actually say, no, it's all right, we don't want it. No. And I'm like, fucking, what do you mean you don't want it? You know what I mean? It's for your kids, it's fucking fun things, What's your problem with me, fuck's sake? I've got no weed or nothing. I can't afford it. It's fucking crazy, Ah. Oh, shit. I think I just want to die. I don't know why. I don't know why. Maybe because every day I seem to be upset. Yeah. I just want to cry. Yeah. Where am I anyway? I think I'm. Oh shit! What's this then? Oh, that's all right. Oh, you're right. I'm live on Facebook and all that. Fuck's sake. Fuck's sake. Do you know what? Facebook is weird. I mean, you end up having, you've got to have like 4 or 5 accounts just to make sure you stay on fucking Facebook. But then when you think about it, I haven't got any friends. They're just people I don't even know. You know, I think I've added a few in Southampton, but I mean, I've got friends from fucking everywhere. And I don't even know them at all, really. Fucking resume. Facebook, you take the piss. What the fuck? Seriously. Blocked, resume. Blocked, resume. I mean, are you insane or what? For fuck's sake. All this bullshit. I mean, what the fuck? I'm probably better off with no internet. If you don't really care, let's be fair. Yeah, no, I'm going to say nothing. Fuck it. Yeah, I've got these. I've got to put these in the bags with the other stuff. Is that all I've got? Yeah, fucking is. There's Lady Diana. I see you. There you are. I was very upset when she died. Fucking hell. I love that woman. She was really fucking lovely. Well, there's no point in me going out and being the goodie bag guy because I ain't got the goodie bags to give. What is love? Love is real. I am the real Stone River. Oh, yeah. Actually, I'm not going to be the real Stone River because I fucking don't smoke much weed, really, to be honest. Oh, fucking hell, fed up. I'm so fucking skint, I can't believe it. Mind you, it's probably best because I mean, I'm just going to go and buy loads of shit to give to the kids and that. You know, loads of stuff from see me into bags and giving out to the families. You know, they see me and there I am with a bag. It's for you. Oh my God. I'm just gonna fucking forget all this shit, you know. I'm just gonna fucking, I don't know what this, well, I feel like just running, you know, jump on a plane, go to another country somewhere and sit in the mountains and then fucking die. That's how I feel. Yeah. Wow. I should bring my shit in really because it's all outside. It's crazy. Yeah. I don't know what I come in for. What is it? It's fucking Saturday night. Saturday night. Saturday night. Yeah. I get pissed off with Radio 1. Fucking hell, it drive me crazy. Fucking hell. Wow. Chris? La 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 la. I don't know what to say. What should I say? I mean, fucking hell. I just wanna die. I don't wanna cry. I just wanna die. Yeah, that's how it is. I mean, what can I say? Fuck it. Do you know what upsets me is my voice is a bit nervous. It's a bit fucked up. It's where I've been sectioned to fucking pieces. I mean, and my gold is all in the jewelers. You know, I've got to get my gold out, but it's going to cost me a packet. I'll say it now. Fucking hell, yeah. Smoky bacon. Do you remember Smoky Bacon that used to be the pigs and the police? Police were called pigs. And you'd probably say Smoky Bacon and you'd be thinking about a police officer, you know, like, oh, Smoky Bacon. Oh my God, it's the pigs. Yeah, but like I say, that was probably fucking years ago. But now it's all different. Now. Everybody's got a mobile phone. It's fucking crazy. These are lovely. Oh, wow. Oh man, he's busy. Fuck it. That's my mate in Halifax. He's pretty cool. Oh, this is Facebook. Fucking Facebook. You know what? I'm fed up with Facebook because I'm sure they said that they're going to fucking deal with my account, which is me, my red coat, my red t-shirt on, and fucking. Oh, I don't give a fuck. Uh, I don't know what I'm going to do with my life. I really don't know. I mean, why would I even bother to make families happy? I mean, I'm not even fucking working no more. I'm retired, and that's what I mean. But I think what it was, the NHS fucking labelled me. They labelled me. I'm not fucking. I'm no way am I fucking psychopathic and all this bullshit. But I mean, Julie Brassey, she turned around and she said, "Look, God, they say all this shit so you can get more money." Yeah, but they've locked me up for fucking 18 years, so they should pay me compensation. But no, I probably won't get a penny. You know, I don't know what it is. It's fucking mad, really. I know I'd do some good shit if I did have money. I'd be like fucking. I'd do something good with that. I'd probably look after a load of families. Like I say, I mean, fucking hell. Oh, fuck it. It don't matter, does it, really? Ugh. I want to know what love is. Don't ask me because I ain't got a fucking clue. Oh, fucking hell. I feel like playing something. Well, I don't know. I've done this the other night. I played fucking music and all that. Should we give it a. We'll play the same shit for another hour or something, whatever. I'm going to go outside now anyway. I don't know why. I just want to sit outside. Put some lights on. there seems to be a problem. All I want to do is make love to you. What me? Yeah, you. I'm going to for some time actually. And now all I want to do is make love to you. I mean, say, oh my god, really? Oh yeah. All I want to do, all I want to do, all I want to do is make love to you. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Give it to me, baby. Oh yeah. Give it to me, baby. Oh yeah. All I want to do is make love to you. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Move your body. Oh yeah. Let's do it doggy style. Oh yeah. Move your body. Come on now. Oh, yeah. This is how it is. Your boyfriend took the piss. It's my turn. Now move your body. Come on now. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. I love you, baby. I love you. Love me. Come on, tell me. I'm ready, I'm ready, I'm ready. Are you ready? Oh, yeah. Bend over, baby. Let's do it doggy style. Come on now, move your body. Oh, yeah. You don't score. Get down on the floor. On your knees. Everybody. Oh, yeah. Move your body. Move your body. Move your body. Your body. Oh, yeah. I'm, I'm out. I'm out. Oh, back in again. Oh, my God. Oh, yeah. Body. Move your body. Move your body. Body. Come on now. Oh, yeah. I want to do. I want to do with you. Oh, yeah. Move your body. Give it to me, baby. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Now move your body. Oh, yeah. Now move your body. Come on, baby. Oh, yeah. Give it to me, baby. Oh, yeah. Give it to me, baby. Oh, yeah. Oh, I shop for you. Oh, my God. So it's like, come down. Look, look at all this blood. Look at money. What can you do? Can you know, get kind of that you're okay? You know what I mean? Seriously. I mean, what the fuck? You didn't walk home. You didn't walk home earlier. Something you're going to do. I mean, you can stay with me if you want. It's up to you. I don't mind. Do you want to sleep with me tonight? Do you want to sleep with me tonight? Oh, yeah. Who do you love? Come on, tell me. I love you, baby. I love you. It's all the things that you do. I love you, baby. I love you. You want to make you orgasm. Oh, yeah. You want me to make you orgasm now? Oh, yeah. Move your body. Come on now. Let's go into the bedroom. Oh, yeah. I love you, baby. I do. It's the things that you do. You drive me crazy all the time. It's crazy. It's crazy. It's crazy. It's crazy. You want to make you orgasm? Oh, yeah. It's crazy. Body. Oh my God, baby, what have you got to do? You had another orgasm. You have. I couldn't get around. I mean, oh my God. You want to change your Oh, yeah. Move your body. Kind of better. I'll give it to you one more time. Oh, yeah. Is that good, is it? Are you happy? Oh, yeah. Do you want me to keep going? Oh, yeah. You're loving it, and I can tell that straight away. I mean, oh my God, baby. You're a bit wet down there. Are you having a good time? Oh, yeah. What was that you said? What did you say? Give it to me, baby. Give it to me now. Give it to me, baby. Give it to me now. I like that. Like this, like that. I like that. Yeah, I like that. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I'm gonna go sorry, guys. I'm gonna go sorry. Say really. Sometimes look, you say that, you know, but somebody goes, we're doing it, okay, and you, that's it. I mean, you're with another man. I can't fucking believe it. I want loads, loads. I want loads. You know what you want? It's an orgasm. Yeah. Yeah, well, it's not going to happen. I'm going to piss off. I'm going to leave you chilling. I'm fucking pissed off. I can't believe you. The way you are, I mean, what the fuck? I might see you tonight. Next month or next year. I don't know. Fucking hell. I'll see you. I'm going. Bye bye. I forgot my phone. I forgot my phone. Fuck it. Oh, I mean, wait a minute, I'm going out again. I'll be fine. brain is working overtime. I'm thinking of words, thinking what to say, what to do. I mean, oh my God! I love you, baby. That's how it is. I'm going over there and just taking the piss. I love you, baby. I love you, baby. You love me. Oh, yeah. Move your body. Come on, baby. Let's get at it. Come on, let's have some fun. Come on, baby. Oh yeah, come on, baby. Oh yeah. Body. It's fucking freezing outside. It's so fucking cold. I can't believe it. Oh my god. Oh. 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 Oh, come on. Fucking hell. I'm pissed off, really. I'm fucking fed up with life. It's fucking shit. Been so long. Fucking, I've been sat here on my own for fucking years now. I'll get into situations with difference in rap, but like, fucking, I don't know. I'm just fed up. I'm like, can't be fucking bothered with life no more. That's it. Ah. Oh man, I'm pretty fucked. I need to go to bed. No, but yeah, fucking family friend. Fuck, I mean, what is the point? Oh, fucking music. Give me some music. Bad block. Emotional shit. Fuck off. I fucking baby DJ Marky, right? DJ. DJ. DJ Clarky. E. 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 Oh, fucking hell. Dilly-lady. God, I can't sing. Oh, fucking hell. You're a wanker. Fuck off, wanker. Oh, I can't play that fucking music shit. I mean, fuck me. Oh, 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 wow. Oh. 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 Ah, that's my advice. Yes, I must say. Ooh, lovely, lovely, lovely. Uh, Oh, Oh man, oh fuck off. Oh man, oh man, oh man, oh man, oh man, oh man, oh. I'm fucking pissed. I'm really fucking cold. I can't believe it. I'm fucking cold. Oh. Uh, uh, I am fucking breathing. I'm leaving myself. I'm fucking breathing. Oh. Yes. Oh my God. Oh fuck. Oh fuck. What the fuck? Oh fuck. Oh fuck. Oh my God. It's gonna happen. Are you ready? Come on now. Fuck it. Fuck, 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 fuck. Oh fuck. Oh fucking freezing. I'm fucking really cold. I can't believe it. Oh man. Fuck hell. Oh. Oh man. Oh man. This fucking joke. It fucking is. Fuck me. Oh man. Oh man. Oh man. Fucking hell. Oh man. Oh man. Oh man. Fucking hell. Fucking hell. Fucking hell. Oh fuck. 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 Oh. 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 I'm so fucking cold. I can't believe it. Fuck me. Oh, I'm fucking cold. Oh my god. Shit. I'm fucking freezing. Oh my. Oh, what the fuck? Seriously. Oh man. Oh yeah. Oh god, man. Fuck. Oh, this will do. This will do me lovely. Fucking right. Oh, fucking freezing. Oh my God. Oh. Mm. Oh yeah. Oh. Oh yeah. Oh. Ah. Oh. Ah. Oh yeah. I'm fucking freezing. Oh, I'm so cold over here. Fuck out. Fuck. Oh. Oh, where the fuck's the blanket? Oh, fuck hell. Oh, no. Oh. The fucking door's shut already. It's fucking crazy. Oh, God. Oh. Oh, look at that. Mm. Oh, man. You shouldn't call me drunk. Fucking metal, what the fuck is that? I mean, oh, I'll show the blanket. Oh. Yeah.
Speak into the microphone, Squid Brain. Give me your hand. Stop. Give me your other hand.
Mm.
You okay?
Oh.
No.
Oh. Oh.
Been favorite targets up until today, huh? No different, Johnny. Just a little more to clean up. You did all right today. You did real good. God damn, son of a bitch. You're real cowboys, right? Batman and Robin. You know what this is? Huh? You know what this is, punk? There's two keys. Uncut. Crystal meth.
I'd like to meet Agent D. With the DEA. He was working deep cover.
Oh,
You think I like this? You think I like these clothes? My wife wants me to stay at Nirvana. I've been working on these fuckers for 3 months! 3 months! Now I finally got a month to play Wheel of Fortune with me so I can find out who this appliance is, and you fucking cowboys show up. Nice tattoo. Oh, you like that, Panthers, huh? Fuck you.
Here's a record of suspects moving every day over the last 3 months.
All I want to know, smart guy, okay? All I want to know. How are these guys robbing Tarzana City National Bank on August 2nd when they were in Fort fucking Lauderdale on August 2nd? What do you figure that out?
It's not an easy thing to do, is it, your son?
You fucking jerks. Oh, shit. Shit.
Paul's materials as well. Hey, Tom. Let's go. I'm wasted. Now.
He does this.
You alright? You look like you saw a ghost.
Forget about it. They're ghosts.
I gotta go.
Yeah, what?
Listen, I forgot all about a meeting I have this morning, a new client. I got a jam, sorry, really. I'll call you later. So I started trailing.
Like a Sid Surf Master.
Oh yeah, I'm on him all day, right? He goes here, he goes there, he goes to Tower Records, buys some CDs, he has lunch at Patrick's Roadhouse. He goes into the Assured Trust Savings and Loan.
Did he rob it?
Cute. He's inside 20 minutes. The other guy, Roach, waited in the truck. They were scoping it out, right?
Well, they were scoping it out. They were cashing a check.
Wait. Then they go back to the beach house and they box up all their shit. See, summer's over. They load it in Bodie's truck and they take it to a public storage unit. And I lost them after that, but the house is empty. They're definitely out.
God damn it. Why didn't you call me? They're probably halfway to Maui.
No. They've got to pick up some traveling money first. Short trust tomorrow. Next day outside the latest. I definitely got a feeling this.
You got a meeting. Last time you had a meeting, I had to kill a guy. I hate that. It looks bad on my report.
Angela, I'm right this time. We can still win this one.
Okay. Tomorrow morning, first thing, be at the bank. Like sneak on shit. This Calvin and Hobbes is funny.
Take some oranges.
You want some oranges? No, we got lunch.
Father said.
No thanks. Good luck. God. For his turkey cemetery. Oh. It's time for lunch.
Angelo, it's 10:30.
Right around that corner, there's a sandwich shop. They sell meatball sandwiches. Best I've ever tasted. Would you go get me too? Come on, partner.
Thank you.
Utah, give me two.
How you doing?
Can I have 2 meatball sandwiches, a tuna on wheat, 2 lemonades, please?
Hey, that's 2 meatballs, 1 tuna on wheat, 2 lemonades. That's $7.84.
Thank you.
Oh boy. Yeah. Scared me.
Here's the one that looks like a roadkill.
A roadkill?
Thank you very much. Enjoy this.
So,
Okay, pull up.
I'm so hungry I can eat acid out of a dead rhino. I should have had to get the greedy things. What length? God damn! FBI! Freeze! I got him! Drop down! Get in! Jesus Christ! Give me a fucking break! I am God!
Hey guys, operator, emergency sanitation. Right, man, just try it. Come on, you show me. Right, just stay down here. Come on. I got it back. Take care. Oh. Come on. Don't do it, man. Don't do it. Don't be stupid, right? No, wait a minute. Wait. Don't go.
Hmm. Oh. Yeah, I'm not catch you because I'm fucking weirdo.
Roger that for you. Calculate 562 Sam Ida X-ray. Base on. Nothing?
Nothing.
John, receive the final answer. I want you to know something. You shoot, you don't miss.
I miss.
I'm really doing you scared. Are you getting too goddamn close to the surfing guru buddy of yours? I don't believe it. Hey, I want you to go home and listen to me.
Bastard.
If I get there, see what you're going. Be calm.
Oh man. I found it. Fucking hell, that's crazy.
What's the other guy look like?
Never saw him. Space kid.
Mm-hmm.
Train. I literally do it. Look. About to tell me something and then you don't.
Hmm. Oh, fucking hell. Fucking freezing. This is supposed to be warm, this fucking mess. Mm-hmm.
Man. It's harder than I thought.
Let me get that, please.
Oh. Oh. Mm. Oh.
You act like nothing happened.
Oh.
Relax, man.
Don't tell me to relax, Bodie. He's a fucking
Don't tell me.
agent.
You should have shot him when I had the chance. I'll deal with that fucking time. No, Rosie. You realize that we have hit 30 banks in 3 years and they haven't paid the pledges. And all this does is up the stakes of the game.
Fuck the stakes, Bodie. I mean, the only person that's the game to is you, man. This is real. I mean, this is serious shit, and I am scared, okay? So I say we get the fuck out of here now, tonight.
Run, you die. Come on, think about it.
Oh.
It was never about money for us. It was about us against the system. That system that killed the human spirit. We stand for something. To those dead souls inching along the freeways in their metal coffins, we show them that the human spirit died. So you trust me? Hey. Hey, don't worry about this guy. I know exactly what to do.
A liar! You lied to me!
Tyler, put the gun down.
I'll bet you lied about everything. I'll bet you lied about your parents! Please tell me the truth, honey. Did your parents die in a car accident? Did they?
I live in Columbus, Ohio. I work bank robbery. The guys I'm after are surfers. I needed to at first, but after that,
Fuck you.
I should
Cut away! Shut up!
Tyler, look, I fucked up, okay? No, I wanted to tell you. I was afraid to leave. Because, fuck, why can't I see what I do? I lied to you. I'm an asshole. I want you to know that I'm really before in my life. By the way, Tyler. Howdy, bro. Come on, we're rolling. What's going on, buddy? I don't think I want to surf like that. This is really different. You were going to jump. So we gotta get your stuff and get out of here. Okay. Sure. Oops. Gotta go, life is short. You're gonna love this.
Take a seat.
Sir, here you go. Have you done it before? No. But I've seen it on TV. 100% pure adrenaline. Other guys snort for it, you have a vein for it. All you gotta do is sure, it's a blast. But listen, I sort of screwed my knee up yesterday. Oh, yeah, I noticed you lifted, but hey, don't worry about it, bro. Don't worry at all. I'm going to land on land. Oh, well, fun, then. Feels so much better. Okay, let's fly. Breathe in it. So this is a little ceremony, shall we, through the end of the summer. One last speech, dog. Oh, by the way, you might be cool in the horn speech sometime. I like to say it may be your own. So, go back my shoes. Hey, what? You trust me? You gotta earn the trust. Okay, we'll earn it together. Here. Take mine. Hey, Johnny, I don't think this is a good idea. I'm pretty shitty. You only open my half the time. Well, bullshit. Why don't you take some dramas here? How'd that be? Nah, you don't want this one now. This one's meant for a neck breaker. You probably better off stuff like this. You're gonna jump or jerk off. That's my man. There we go. Yeah, let's do it. Johnny, you about to jump out of a perfectly laid airplane. How do you feel about that?
smells like shit! Red! Red! Doing good! How's the feet? After you, Alvin! Fighting shit! Pull the red card now! You first! Okay? Son of a bitch!
We did cool. That way, Johnny, if you can spot it. Yeah. Good job. Right there. Really good. Back up the shoulders. Take it back. Back. Okay, thanks. Johnny, come here. We need to see it. Right? This thing is it, but this way. He is a wild one.
Fucking dead man!
Think it through, man. I'm the only one. Wasn't up doing anything wrong with me. Certain place in time, 6 hours from now.
You call it right now! Tell him to let it go!
Sorry, I can't do it, bro. On the road. We're going on the phone. I hate this, Johnny. I really do. I hate doing this. Don't you see that's why I need Rosie? I can never see that man. I can never hold a knife to Tyler's throat to my woman. It's your time. But Rosie is a mechanism, you know? Once you set it in motion, you will not stop. It's like got this feel like this. Breathe my coach. Try not to get into the shoes, and there's nothing I can do about it unless I get there. It's partners.
Work it out.
We have the same goal.
Oh, God. Oh,
We're wasting time.
Oh, that's what I love about you, Johnny. You are just as sharp as a razor. Murphy, play down the
oh,
Okay, you guys, party time. Let's move it.
There you go.
All I'm asking for is 90 seconds of your life, Johnny. That's it. See, it's basic dog psychology. You scare them, get them peeing down their leg, they submit. Yet if you reject weakness, show aggression, that's how people get hurt. See, fear causes hesitation. And hesitation will cause your worst fears to come true. It's simple. Reject strength. Firepower. You can have you walk through those doors with your dick in your hand, right? I can't do this. Sure you can. Who knows? You might like it. It's a killer rush.
Buddy, this is your fucking wake-up call, man. I am an FBI agent.
I know, man. Didn't it vital? But you know, that's what makes it great. We exist on a different plane to make our own rules. Why be a servant to the law? Be its master.
Fucking A. I love this fucking job.
Okay. 90 seconds door to door. It's a small price to pay for someone who loves you. She does, you know. It's not her style to fall so hard. I don't think you do with me. Okay, this card. LBJ. Mr. Nixon. Sorry, Johnny. But you don't need to be president. I'm ready.
Rock and roll. Everybody freeze! Everybody go! What's your problem? I saw your fucking kneecaps will be on the floor.
Kick your ass, ain't it, man? You know, won't you be smart? It'll be a little hard for the FBI now, though.
Just get the goddamn money and get out of here.
Nobody move! Head down, eyes down. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. May I have your attention, please? We are the ex-president. And as you can see, we are backlogging your bank. With a little cooperation, I won't have to blow your heads off. So I need just a couple of minutes of your lives, and we're gone. Dick, pick up the ball. You, Miss Jennings. Come here and open the gate for my associate now.
Second got the keys.
Why are we going to the ball? You go to the ball. Just do it. Lyndon, don't listen. Go to the ball, man. Go, go. Mr. Duggan, you want to open the vault? What do you want me to do? Do whatever they want, Terry.
Please, stand up. Move it. Open the damn door. I'll fucking blow your fucking ass. Move it. Come on.
Okay.
Come back. I'm going to fucking go. It's a bad idea. Don't look at me. You're blowing it, man. You're breaking your own rules. You're pulling too much time.
Jimmy, how we doing?
Just be calm. What's happening?
Don't worry, man. It's fine. I'm fine. Good.
Fuck. Fuck. Fucking move! Put your legs undercover! Nobody fucking there!
Hang on, come on, get out of here. Get out of here. Hang on, hang on,
Are you out of your fucking mind? What's the matter with you? You got what you want. You did what you wanted. Come on, you can't take it with a soul.
I've got him. Who's in charge of this town? Who's the crime scene area for Christ's sake? Get him the fuck out of here. Come on, out. You're the right to the fact. Anything you say can and will be used against you in the court of law. If you so desire, and the one who looks to provide you free of cost. So do you understand the right to continue with the car? Do you understand? Do you understand the right to disobey? You understand this goddamn right? Get these cuffs off. Leave the cuffs right now. Get them off. Leave them on. Oh, boy. Your partner's an accessory to murder. You understand that, Pappas? You tried to three dead people. One of them's a police officer, huh? Let me show you something, Pappas. How's that sit in your stomach, huh? Keep your hands off me right now. Look at me. Look at me. Don't sit it in with the black and white like some punk let anybody in. That's your answer, why not? I mean, it's like that you two grew up together, but you deserve each other, don't you? I mean, you're just bad as you. Only you're a little fatter, a little slower, a little more pathetic. Right, the blind leading the blind group. Let me tell you. I was in this year when you were still popping fish on the funny face and jacking off to the lingerie section of the Sears catalog. Is that right, Pappas? Yes, that's right. And there's one thing that I learned out of all these years that you still haven't got. You know? I can punish you, shitface. Respect for my elders. Plain and simple. Here, let's go. I know where to go. I figured you did. Santa Monica Airport fast.
You got one line of problem.
What?
You can't arrest him. Or shoot him.
Oh, you're not alone. Good guess. There's a gun on you right now. somewhere? Well, listen, Johnny, we are in kind of a hurry. What do you mean? You gotta tell me where she is. Oh, I think my bottle's expired. Good idea.
Look, Chloe, man, people are dead. The ride is over.
Oh, no. I say when it's over.
The guy you killed was an off-duty cop. They'll know you wherever you at. There's a new thing called radar. Maybe you've heard of it. What did you say? Get in there. You press the cop. I know you, man. When they fall on you, you won't back down. They'll have to burn your ass to the ground.
Shit happens.
You got a death wish. You want to ride to glory. Fine, but don't take Tyler with you. I'm begging you. Tell me where she is.
You walk away.
I walk away.
That is beautiful, Johnny.
No, wait yet! God damn it!
Shut your mouth and take it to 4,000 feet on this heading, all right?
Alright, I think that's a good idea, man. They pop up on their screens.
Doesn't matter. We're almost there. It's gonna get you a safe jump altitude. Yeah, let's get your rig on. Get in, I'm cold. Really cold. We got you. Easy. No. Now. Your coach is always running out of your body, Roach. You're going to be dead soon. I hope you'll surprise it. Don't listen to me, just scared. You think it is? Well, let's see. You're using margaritas. You end up getting back to okay?
Rosie, it's Airbus One. Do you copy? Do you copy? Over. Copy. We have a Hey, let me release Tyler. Do it now! You got what you wanted! What if your shoot failed? Cancel the order! She served her purpose! Do it, man! You only got one! Okay, you ready? Okay. 1, 2, 3. Come on, come on. Hey. Right? See you in hell, Johnny! I don't talk to you, Johnny. I know you want me so bad as I ass in your mouth. But not this time. Here we go! Out of here, Johnny. Yeah, huh? Man, it's like this time you won't be getting you around. It's gonna be both lose.
Oh. Oh man.
Daddy,
It's another time. Come on, we're out of here. Yo, Johnny! I'll see you in the next life!
The coastal area between Torquay and Cape Rockland. Experts are saying this is potentially one of the worst storms in Australia's history. Heavy rains will continue into the night, with destructive winds reaching up to 150 kilometres per hour. The center of the cyclone is now expected to cross the coast between Bells Beach and Fairhaven early tomorrow morning. Residents are advised to prepare for evacuation.
Anybody been up there? No one's been out, no one's going out. It's gonna be fucking crazy, man. Sit by the stick out there, mate. Do something, bro.
Oh, fucking. Oh, I'm fucking freezing.
Straight to Utah.
Oh,
I knew
please.
I could count on you.
Oh,
I've been to every city in Mexico.
oh.
Came across an unclaimed piece of meat in Baja. Turned out to be Rosie. Guess you picked a night fight with somebody better. Got a passport of yours to Sumatra. Missed you by about a week in Fiji. But I knew you wouldn't miss the 50-year storm, Bodie. Too bad. Finally get your legs and it's totally closed out.
Just wait for my set.
You gotta go down. You cross the line and people touch you and they die.
Yeah, we're bad. We're real bad. Life sure has a sick sense of humor, doesn't it? Still surfing?
Every day. Come on, buddy. It's time to go. And you gotta go backwards.
Sorry, my friend.
Oh. Oh.
No! No! I told you! You go quietly! No! You know, there's no way I can handle a cage, man! I don't care! You gotta go down! Be that way! Okay, man. Okay. I'm screwed. I'm gonna go to jail, and I'll pay, and Johnny Utah gets this guy. Right? Good for you. That's real good. You're gonna be a big hero now. Look at it, Johnny. Look at it! It's a once in a lifetime opportunity, man. Just let me go out there. Let me get one wave before you take me. One wave. And where am I gonna go, man? Clips on both sides. I'm not gonna paddle in New Zealand. My whole life has been about this moment, Johnny. Come on, compadre. Come on. Come on! Vaya con Dios. Get him when he comes back in. He's not coming back.
More epic crime drama. Denzel Washington gives an Oscar-winning turn as a cop with a loose grip on ethics. Watch Training Day now on iPlayer and discover those hidden gems from the world of cinema and TV. Ellen E. Jones and Mark Kermode present Screenshot now on Sounds.
detector become basically a human lie detector.
You're always looking for connections, aren't you?
I would say that is a facet of the job picture. I do a podcast. I'm trying to go to women in bars. Everybody uncles and don't let go.
Have you seen none of used girls? Aren't rubbish to be given from tourists.
He's a predator,
And he needs to be stopped.
Stay away from my daughter, do you hear me?
I'm starting to think you explain the difference between whatever and the heart and all this.
This is not a game. Brand new. Objective. Press red for all episodes on BBC Advert.
I thought you'd find that funny.
That's great. That's another good one.
Sitcom season, weeknights at 10 p.m. on BBC Two and iPlayer.
Robert, in 15 seconds, can you sum up the infinite match?
I'll give it a go.
It is all about alien life in Glastonbury. It's about the wonder of trees with Judi Dench. It's about the volatility of gas, the unexpected history of science with Rupert Howard. How is it unexpected? I don't know, which is why it's unexpected.
Science with Funny Bits. The Infinite Monkey Cage on Radio 4 and BBC Sounds.
We'll be handing you over to the BBC News team very shortly. First, let's find out how the next few days are looking for the weather.
Hello there. The weather this weekend continues to change. We're losing that extreme heat and humidity. There's been quite a lot of cloud around us so far. And as we go through the week ahead, the change of this theme will continue. Most of the rain will still be west, the driest of the weather further south and east. But for most of us, it will be largely fresher than it has been of late. Now, in terms of the rainfall, we take a look at rainfall accumulation. Anywhere that's darker blue or green, that's where we see the headings to the rain. So we're going to see widely 70 millimetres plus in Scotland and Northern Ireland. A little bit of light patchy rain across central and eastern areas, but nowhere near enough for gardeners and growers. So as we move into Sunday, we're seeing the high pressure keeping things fine across England and Wales. Then about low out to the northwest. That's going to introduce strengthening winds, gusts in excess of 40 miles an hour this time, and the rain will turn quite heavy by the end of the afternoon. Elsewhere, we will be chasing cloud amounts around, but that is any brightness, again, likely to be in the south or east. Again, downward weather has been ranging from 15 to 18 in the north, perhaps 23 in the southeast. Moving into the early hours of Monday morning, a pulse of wet weather pushing across northern England, stretching up into Scotland, another pulse waiting in the wings for Monday morning. Generally, those temperatures will sit at double digits first thing Monday. So Monday will start off with some sunshine, and with the southwesterly wind, it's going to start to feel quite humid once again. At the same time, the rain will turn quite heavy in Northern Ireland and western Scotland, so we could see some impact from that rainfall now and westerly winds as well. But with that heat and humidity, temperatures once again across East Anglia, South East England could be as high as 26 or 27 degrees, 80 Fahrenheit, but it will continue to be pressure out to the north and the west. Now, the weather front will bring some showery outbreaks of rain south and east on Tuesday. It's going to weaken all the time, so how much rain we see across South East England is subject to question and probably not enough to keep gardeners happy. But there will be some welcome rain on Tuesday. Behind it brightening up, another area of low pressure sits out to the northwest, feeding in showers from Northern Ireland and northwest of the Great Glen in particular. Here again, 15 to 19 Celsius, so we could get 25, 27 degrees once again compared to East England and East Anglia. Into Wednesday, we keep that drier theme across England and Wales. Still that low, feeding in a rash of showers further east and west, and blustery winds circulating around the centre of low pressure. And then again, those temperatures generally between 15 and 20 Celsius. Now, looking further ahead, if you take a look at what the jet stream is doing, we are pretty much centred slam bang underneath the jet stream. We're going to drift that little bit further south. So with this westerly flow driving in areas of low pressure, that changeable theme is set to continue. But it looks likely that low pressures really sit up to the north, and from time to time the Azores high tries to build into the south, which means that it's the likelihood that the driest, the brightest, and the warmest of the weather is likely to be across the central. Southern parts of England is possible today. Further north and west, we continue to see some rain, some of it heavy from time to time. We will, of course, update you. Take care.
Congratulations, Gemma. Is the father around? Life's a mess right now. This isn't something you should do on your own.
Daddy, Gemma.
Glad you finally got to see the place.
Oh, what's that?
That's just I've been crying.
Planning a birth is like planning a car crash.
Why can't you behave like a fully grown adult?
I'm going to be a graduate. These are happy tears.
Daddy Issues starts Thursday the 16th of August on BBC Three and iPlayer.
Hello, I'm Miriam.
I'm heading back to my second home, Australia, to explore what freedom means here. I'll be venturing way out of my comfort zone on a personal mission to learn what it takes to adapt. Welcome to the Priscilla Suite and reinvent ourselves in the career we are.
Miriam Margolis, a new Australian adventure. Press red for all episodes on BBC iPlayer.
Now, here to take you through to morning, this is BBC News.
Peux-tu me compléter? Et que je te complète, tu marcheras, j'irai dans l'ombre à ton côté. Je serai ton esprit, tu seras ma beauté.
Mais la lettre qu'il faut aujourd'hui doit la mettre. Je ne pourrai jamais.
C'est le voilà, peut-être. Puis la signature, il n'en peut plus rien.
Of course, what I'm saying in love with Christian.
Je suis entrée dans ce papier, c'est un passage. C'est un autre. C'est moi.
No, he's falling in love with a cousin Cyrano.
Elle aime plus que mon âme. Si. C'est donc bien toi qu'elle aime, tu l'aimes aussi. Moi, je sais.
This is a French London, like no other. It's a universal film about love, about adversity, about self-loathing, but also about bravery, about inner and outer beauty.
Moi, c'est bon allemand que j'aime élégance.
Which are universal values, universal themes.
Now let's move on to a rather different French film classic, and one that became a worldwide hit when it was released in 2001. Amélie, starring Audrey Tautou, presents Paris as audiences often want to see it, as a romantic, idyllic city of love. It's a favourite film of my Talking Movies colleague Emma Jones, and she visited the Paris neighbourhood where the movie was set.
Amélie, played by Audrey Tautou, is a young woman. She works as a waitress in Montmartre. She lives this vivid, interior life.
Elle inspire profondément. Elle est parce qu'elle invite qu'un élan d'amour comme des éléments de l'humanité entière.
And it leads her to try and do good deeds for people and make other people's lives better.
Là, on croise la coque du tambour de la fanfare. Elle porte la tête de son mari depuis qu'il est mort. Attention, hein. Tiens, l'enseigne de la bouche qui chevalier n'a perdu une oreille. C'est le boucher, il y a un bébé qui regarde un chien, qui regarde les poulets rôtis. Voilà, maintenant on est devant le petit texte au journaux, juste à l'entrée du métro. Et moi je vous laisse aussi. Au revoir.
But because of her shyness, she's unable to tackle the big things in her own life. And one of those is a crush that she's got on a young man who she collides with one day in Paris.
Lâche. Là, je crois que le moment est venu pour elle de prendre un vrai risque.
This is very much a film about Amélie's interior life. Audrey Tautou, so young, so beautiful, embodies this Parisian Amélie with her short-cut, blunt bob. I love the way Jeunet is always dressing Amélie in red. It's a colour that suits her complexion beautifully, yet it's such a vivid colour for cinema. You've got this convergence of a genius like a director, Jean-Pierre Jeunet, and an actress like Audrey Tautou.
Ça fait se confronter à la réalité. Mais ça, justement, Amélie ne tient pas du tout.
Jean-Pierre Jeunet is a master of the whimsical and the fantastical.
Elle serait pas en train de nous tomber amoureux.
He studied animation, and I think that's really, really evident in his body of work. So much of Montmartre has become famous because of Amélie, including here. Montmartre has always been an artistic theatre, but Amélie, set at the beginning of the 21st century, in these dazzling, hot, sunny Parisian days, all these scenes set around Sacré-Cœur, and I think in cinema gave Paris a whole new lease of life, just because of the romantic, idyllic, idealistic way that Jean-Pierre Jeunet filmed Amélie. It does belong to a different era, even though it still feels contemporary enough for us all to relate to.
Well, we're going to finish with another picture that was emblematic of the French New Wave. It's an adult love story, rather eerily set in a city devastated by an atomic bomb. It's a movie that makes us think about memory, or more specifically, repressed memory. It requires our active engagement when we watch it. It's hard work at times, but it's truly rewarding. It's Hiroshima, Mon Amour, and it happens to be one of the favourite films of the internationally renowned professor of film, Annette Insdorf.
I ultimately chose Hiroshima Mon Amour because it was a groundbreaking motion picture. This was originally supposed to be a documentary about the atomic bomb, but the director, Alain Resnais, decided that he couldn't do that. He admired the novels of Marguerite Duras, so he asked her to write something that would evoke a romantic fictional tale. But set in the actuality of post-war Hiroshima. It's strange to place a romantic story in the context of a devastation being at a bomb. But the past keeps rushing in. Every repressed emotion of the woman takes over increasingly. And it's rare in French cinema prior to at least the mid-1990s to focus on a woman. And she's so well played by Emmanuelle Riva.
Comment supporter une telle douleur?
The editing makes us aware of how repressed memories are going to flood back in. He used editing in a way that frankly had not been done before. Flashbacks existed in film long before Hiroshima Mon Amour. But this was the first time that there were flash cuts so fast, so imperceptible initially, that you don't even realize that you jumped out of the narrative. And then these bits of memory build and take over. Hiroshima Mon Amour was extremely influential, not only in 1959 and through the early 60s, but beyond. The fragmented narrative structure was not something audiences were interested
L'idée de penser à des difficultés que présente le monde quelquefois. Sans ça, il deviendrait tout à fait irrespirable.
I'm a film professor whose primary responsibility is to show my students the greatest work that has ever been done. I want them to see what it means in the construction of a film, in the screenwriting, in the shooting, and especially in post-production, in the editing. A complicated response on the part of the viewer, one that engages us emotionally and cerebrally, and leads us to question our place in the historical and political world.
Looking back at these old classic French films has renewed my love of more of it. Descartes are like great works of art and are still influencing many of today's top directors. Also, it's reassuring to me that the French cinema is still so very much alive, becoming more daring, more diverse. It continues to be groundbreaking, often spacious, and one thing we can all count on is that it often has a lot of attitude. And that's a big compliment, and I think that's what great cinema needs to have. Well, that brings our look back at some great classics from French cinema to a close. We hope you've enjoyed the show. Please remember you can always reach us online at bbc.com/talking-movies. So, from me, Tom Brooke, and the rest of the Talking Movies production team here in the arts, it's goodbye as we leave you with a French original, Edith Piaf singing Moulin Rouge, which was also performed memorably by Marielle Cotillard in the 2007 film Sunday.
Fellow there for part 2 of the weekend. It looks like low pressure will be affecting more northwestern parts of the country, whereas further south, thanks to the high pressure, we should see a lot of dry and settled weather. Quite a bit of cloud around on Sunday, but some sunny spells here and there, and conditions turning wetter and windier thanks to this area of low pressure across Northern Ireland and Western Scotland as we go through the day. But much of central and eastern Scotland, England and Wales, quite a bit of cloud up and into, but also some sunny breaks here and there. There's a real high teens to low 20s from north to south across the country. Now, be turning windier and wetter across the northwest of the UK as we head through Sunday night. Rain really started to pile into Northern Ireland, certainly across Scotland and Western Scotland, seeing that most of that rain for the rain could be quite heavy, perhaps even thundering in a few places. But we'll be drawing up some warm and muggy air. So by Monday morning, areas starting off with temperatures around the teens. For Monday, we have this area of low pressure almost in situ to the northwest of the UK, with this weather front with further heavy rain to the north and west, scooping up this very warm and humid air from the near country. So a wet, windy day to come to northern and western Scotland, some heavy rain at times, but some disruption across western Scotland. Apart from eastern Scotland, certainly England and Wales will stay mostly dry with some spells of sunshine and feeling warm and humid. 20s in Celsius, a warm and muggy across Scotland. Tuesday night, we see that weather front crossing the country. Some of the rain could be heavy, maybe thunder on it, even as it pushes towards eastern areas. It will take time to clear the southeast on Tuesday, so rather cloudy, some spots of rain behind it. Yeah, some pressure again. Plenty of sunshine, a few showers in western Scotland and Northern Ireland. Temperatures 19, 24, and 25 degrees. So the values coming back down again with lower humidity. Move out for Tuesday into Wednesday. Low pressure affects the northern half of the country again. Stronger winds, outbreaks of rain, higher pressure towards the south. So again, it's going to be a blustery day on Wednesday for Scotland, maybe the far northwest of England, northern Ireland, a few showers. Further south, it's going to be dry with very little cloud coming and going. It's sunshine again, low to mid 20s in the south, high teens, low 20s. And as we end the week, we hold on to that theme with low pressure always bringing more cloud and rain at times to the north of the UK. Higher pressure continues to bring more settled and warmer conditions to the south.
Shame we don't have television, because I've just caught a whiff of frankincense, which of course is one of the main things that is traded by Nabateans. Smells amazing.
It's marvellous. That's a massive bit of ice falling off. That's what that sound was. That sound of thunder. I've come back to Japan to visit some of the new world's first projects that could
way to a sustainable future.
I've got to say, as far as views go, this is pretty spectacular. I'm loving all the colours, the pinky, the purple hues at the bottom.
That's the big part. Oh my goodness. Oh, thank you very much. Don't mind if I do.
Inspiring travel. Watch now on iPlayer.
From Birmingham to Buckingham Palace, from war zones to Washington DC, I've had tough conversations with some brilliant people that have just transformed my outlook. I always want to bring different voices together to create a safe space for open debate where differing worldviews can be heard and challenged without breaking the trust of those who tell us their stories. I'm Christian Fraser, on The Context for BBC News.
Be ready. Change can happen in an instant. Check on the BBC weather app.
I used to work the whole day when I was pregnant. I wouldn't take much rest. I was looking thirsty all the time and out of breath.
Acabamos de llegar al lugar donde va a comenzar la búsqueda del migrante desaparecido.
So from where we're at right now, you can see from left to right and right to left, a whole little area denotes the border between North and South Korea. There are no fences, there are no barriers, there are no walls that separate North and South.
Does it mean we are children? That adults think this helps them do. So that's sports. None of us would be here.
Inspiring short films from the BBC. Watch now on iPlayer.
Live from Washington, this is BBC News. The Lebanese armed group Hezbollah says it's launched dozens of rockets toward Israel. That's as the UK and US urge their citizens to leave Lebanon because of this all-out war. And bricks and bottles are thrown at police as far-right rallies turn violent in England and in Northern Ireland. Hello, I'm Carl Lansing. Welcome to the program. Hezbollah says it fired dozens of rockets towards Israel from southern Lebanon. Now, the Israeli military says about 30 rockets were fired into communities in northern Israel, one of which landed in the town of Bet Hallel. The army says most of the rockets were intercepted, others landed in open areas. There were no reports of casualties. Tension is, of course, very high in the region since Wednesday's killing of the Hamas political chief Ismail Haniyeh. Hezbollah, Iran, and other regional allies have promised retaliation for the killing. Israel this week claimed responsibility for the killing of Hezbollah commander in Beirut, but has not made any comment on Haniyeh's killing. Now, earlier on Saturday, the U.S. Embassy in Beirut issued an urgent warning to U.S. citizens, telling them to leave Lebanon on any ticket available. See the crowds here of passengers queuing at Beirut Airport's departure terminal. The UK government has also called for British nationals in Lebanon to leave, warning that the situation is deteriorating rapidly. For more on all this, let's go to Norman Boole, the non-resident senior advisor for warfare, the regular threats, terrorism program at the Center for Strategic National Studies. I want to start with reports, actually, that the U.S. is moving warships and other military assets into the Middle East. What do you make of that? Is that simply a deterrent over those tensions that we've been hearing about, or could the U.S. be preparing to be involved in any sort of military action?
Good evening. The United States will make every effort not to involve itself in what it believes could be an escalating regional conflict. However, the military capacity it has moved to the region is substantial. Aircraft carrier task force, 8 destroyers, some of the most advanced aircraft in the U.S. inventory, and this will allow it to provide significant defense capacity to the region, but also to deter Iran from expanding the conflict on its own.
Walk us through then some of the different scenarios of how Iran might end up retaliating for the killing on its own soil and its capital, Tehran, of that Hamas leader.
Iran has 2 challenges. The first is that it wishes to avoid igniting a conventional conflict because that would severely damage its fragile economy and its fragile political system at a time when leadership transition is on the horizon. At the same time, it does seek to maintain the U.S. and Israel in a regional quagmire. So what it needs is almost a Goldilocks solution, a series of attacks against Israel involving local proxies, whom Israel has recently shot, that are sufficient to deter Israel and send a strong message, but not so significant as to ignite a conflict. Here's the danger. If there are significant civilian casualties as a result of these attacks, Israel will feel compelled to retaliate, and that could begin the escalatory ladder towards the conventional conflict everyone wishes to avoid.
I want to touch on the situation as well with Lebanon and Hezbollah in just a moment, but we're hearing that a successor for Haniyeh is currently being selected within Hamas. Do we have any idea who that might be and how a change in leadership could end up affecting?
Well, Ismail Haniyeh was close to the Iranians, and Yahya Sinwar in Gaza remains the most prominent Hamas leader, and he will want a successor to have strong relations with Tehran. Khalid Mishal, the former leader of Hamas, did not have good relations with Iran. So I think you're going to see a tussle within Hamas in the near term as they identify a figure, perhaps a caretaker figure, who is deemed sufficiently close to Tehran to get them through this crisis period as they then build towards a longer term of individuals for that position.
And Norman, there is building tension as well to the north of Israel with Lebanon and Hezbollah. How high do you think the danger is there of that border conflict, which has been going on really since the day after October 7th, building into something big?
Much like Iran, Hezbollah has a problem. Israel has been able to conduct surgical attacks against the most security-conscious individuals in Hezbollah in the most high-security area of Beirut successfully. So Hezbollah has got to consider what can it actually plan and get away with under Israel's watchful eye. In the near term, I think you're going to see more attacks. I believe there were 50 rocket attacks this evening against Israel. But Lebanon has got to figure out some way of managing this issue so that Hezbollah can deter more Israeli attacks while restoring its pride. The individual Israel killed was the senior-most military official within Hezbollah.
And Norman, where do these killings, both one of which has been admitted to by Israel, the other one we believe to have been conducted by Israel, where does this now leave any hopes of a ceasefire deal between Israel and Hamas?
The United States and its partners in the region did push aggressively to reignite the diplomatic process in recent days, but that has not proven successful. I don't see much chance of this happening until we get through this period, which could last some days. Although we should expect an attack as early as this weekend, Iran did take 2 weeks in April, and it's not inconceivable we may see some days before Iran initiates a multi-phased attack. So I don't see diplomacy moving forward in the near term.
Also in the Middle East, Israel has bombed a school compound in Gaza City on Saturday, killing 15 Palestinians, according to local officials. This here is the moment Christ hit the school. Footage reviewed by the BBC about two graphics broadcast shows emergency crews carrying away charred bodies from the scene. We can't show you this footage. This shows the children being stretchered away. Gaza's Hamas-run media office said that the school was sheltering displaced people. Israel's military claims the school served as a Hamas command center for Hamas. An emergency official said that there were 2 strikes in the school. The first one.
The occupation army targeted the school without prior warning, which led to a number of martyrs and injuries. Our crews were able to transport some of the martyrs and injured, but not all of them, because the enemy contacted one of the people at the school and told him to evacuate the entire school. He withdrew from the area, and the school was targeted again 20 minutes later.
Multiple arrests have been made in the English city of Bristol as far-right protesters clashed with counter-protesters and police on Saturday. The UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer has denounced the violence. It's broken out now in several cities and towns. Police are on alert after officers in Belfast, Liverpool, and Manchester were injured during the protest. The violence on Saturday followed days of unrest fueled by online disinformation about the fatal stabbing of 2 girls in Southport on Monday. Saturday, the services come after a violent night in Sunderland on Friday, with 4 police officers hospitalized and 10 people arrested. Home Secretary Yvette Cooper condemned the violence, emphasizing that those involved will be held to account.
Criminal violence and disorder has no place on Britain's streets. We've been clear to the police that they have our full backing in taking the strongest possible action against perpetrators, including we're making sure that there are more prosecutors, there are sufficient prison places, and also that the courts stand ready, because anyone who engages in this kind of disorder needs to be clear that they will pay the price.
Our reporter Dan Johnson was in Liverpool, where those protests broke out, and he sent us this report.
Across many towns and cities, the police have been stretched, fighting running battles. This was the scene in Blackpool this afternoon. Here's how protests turned to violence in Liverpool. There have been injuries, but mostly to police officers. They struggled to maintain order in Liverpool, where 2 counter-demonstrations clashed near the water. Anti-fascist protesters confronted around 1,000 from the far right, chanting anti-immigrant slogans.
The police are now forcing back the anti-fascist demonstrations. They're trying to create a bit of space between the two sides.
Watch how this motorbike officer was treated. Merseyside police described this as serious disorder, and the Home Secretary is promising action nationwide.
We will give the police all the backing that they need in the actions that they are taking in response to this criminal disorder and thuggery, because it has no place on Britain's streets. That's why we're ensuring that there are additional prosecutors in place this weekend, that the courts stand ready.
There are people in custody. This was Leeds. And another demonstration in Manchester led to further arrests. Northern Ireland's been affected too. There were street protests in Belfast. The police are under pressure, but some are accusing them of double standards. Listen to this officer outside a mosque in Stoke. If there's any weapons, get rid of them, he appears to say. We're not going to make any arrests. But racist chants and anti-Islamic slogans have also been widespread in these protests. Sunderland saw serious rioting last night after a far-right demonstration erupted and a number of police officers were injured there. Today they were clearing up and assessing the damage.
During the course of the evening, our officers were met with serious and sustained levels of violence. This was not a protest. This was unforgivable violence and disorder.
Police have braced for more of this. There are further protests planned in coming days. The demonstrations are spreading, and so is the violence. Tonight, the streets of Liverpool are alight. and many people are desperately asking what any of this has to do with events in Southport this week. Dan Johnson, BBC News, Liverpool.
Our correspondent Thomas McGill has been tracking all the latest developments with these protests, and he sent us this from London.
So tonight we know that there are still hundreds of people out on the streets in Bristol. Earlier they met in the town or in the city centre, but they've now moved en masse to a hotel on the edge that houses some asylum seekers. The police are also there, and where these far-right demonstrations have erupted across the United Kingdom today, we've also seen counter-terrorist, protests emerging as well, with many other protesters, anti-racism protesters joining as well. So they're also there in Bristol tonight. We know that there is still people on the streets causing disruption and disturbances on roads and in the city centre in Belfast as well. The PSNI has described that as sporadic disorder across parts of the city. 2 people have been arrested there, and one of the main motorways in the country was closed for a short time earlier. We're also starting to learn a little bit more about who has been arrested. So far, 2 people were arrested in Manchester, 4 in Hull. I mentioned 2 in Belfast. The tally is up to 12 now in Sunderland following the violence that we've seen there yesterday, in which cars were set on fire and a police station, there was an arson attack on a police station. We've also learned in the last hour or so that more than 20 people have been arrested by the Lancashire Police. So that's in towns in the northwest of the country, so Blackpool, Blackburn and Preston, for a whole series of offences, including disruption, carrying of a bladed weapon and protesting. So that's the very latest, but it's certainly a night where there's still many people on the streets protesting and causing disruption.
The Venezuelan president, Nicolas Maduro, says he will not accept the opposition's attempt to usurp the presidency. Continue across the country there. Venezuela's opposition leader Maria Corina Machado led a mass rally in Caracas on Saturday, defying government calls for her arrest. She urged her supporters to continue protesting peacefully and said Maduro's government has lost all legitimacy since the disputed election. Ms. Machado went into hiding earlier this week after accusing the ruling party of defrauding the opposition candidate Edmundo Gonzalez of a clear victory. U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken spoke to the opposition on Friday, and here's what he said in a statement. Given the overwhelming evidence, it's clear to the United States and most importantly to the Venezuelan people that Edmundo Gonzalez won the vote. An analysis by the Associated Press that vote sheets released by the opposition does suggest that Edmundo Gonzalez received 6.89 billion votes. That's nearly 500,000 more than the government says Mr. Maduro won. 1,000 opposition demonstrators have been arrested since protests there began. Here now is a bit of what Ms. Machado told us.
The world knows they intend to forcefully withhold the results. 6 days later, they have not handed over a single record. The period has expired and no pseudo-legal maneuver can cover up the truth. The truth is in our tallies and the fact is in our hearts.
Well, this week saw the largest prisoner exchange between Russia and the West since the Cold War. 24 people from 7 different countries returned home on Thursday, including 3 Americans. But some U.S. citizens are still being held abroad, including in Russian prisons. President Joe Biden says he'll continue to pressure Russia to release Americans who are not part of that deal. One of those still detained in Russia is Mark Bowden, a 63-year-old school teacher from Mississippi, arrested in 2021 on smuggling charges and serving a 14-year sentence. You can see him here on the right in this video at a Russian airport where he's found to be carrying a small amount of marijuana. His family has urged the Biden administration to do more to bring him home. Earlier spoke to his sister, Ann Fogle, says she is still hopeful about his chances of coming home.
You know, I'm clinging to whatever hope I can. So, yes, to a certain degree. And you know, the administration pulled off a masterful, incredible swap. And they should be congratulated, and I'm very happy for the return of Paul and Evan and Alsu. I just wish my brother was among them.
When you speak with your brother, do you get a sense of his condition there? You mentioned, he's able to follow the news. You're able to talk with him. How's he doing?
Oh, this is especially difficult because it comes on the heels of 21 days in a prison hospital for him. He was released on the 21st, which ironically is the day that they, I guess, formalized the list of who was coming home. But Mark was in a prison hospital, which is not actually, I'm not certain that it's really a hospital at all. But he was given many shots, injections, and drugs, and they did an ultrasound of his liver. And of course, he doesn't speak Russian, and there are no translators. So it was very alarming for him. And it's the fourth time that he's been in a hospital like that. So I think he is. I think he's really been really slammed by this news, and is having a very difficult time right now.
BBC has started removing Hugh Edwards from archive footage after the former news reader pleaded guilty of images that show child sex abuse. It comes as the Sunday Times reported that a woman who tried to complain to the BBC about Edwards is having therapy paid for by the corporation. A BBC spokesperson said it's always investigating complaints fully, provided support to those involved. It's also emerged that the former chair of the BBC publicly thanked Edwards for his contribution to the organization despite knowing that he had been arrested in November. Our reporter, Win Loden.
Queen Ellen Stevens was appointed interim chair of the BBC in June last year, just weeks before the Sun newspaper first published allegations about Mr. private life. Now, to be clear, those allegations were completely separate to the recent criminal charges brought against him, didn't lead to any criminal investigation. But referring to those allegations on a Welsh language radio programme, Dame Ellen referred to the now disgraced newsreader as poor thing. She also went on to praise what she believed his huge contribution. Now, in a statement she has confirmed that she was aware that Edwards had been arrested in November last year, but says she wasn't aware of the details which have emerged in court on Wednesday this week, and said she is horrified by those details and that her thoughts are with the children whose images are so central to this story. I did ask her whether she was made aware of the nature of the police investigation into Edwards in November last year. She hasn't answered that question. Neither has she answered my question whether she stands by the comments made on that radio programme. But there will be people asking whether she was wise to publicly praise someone she knew at the very least had been arrested in November last year.
Well, the second weekend of the Olympic Games is underway in Paris. Sprinter Julian Alfred brought home gold for her country, St. Lucia, first ever for St. Lucia. She raced to victory in the women's 100-meter final where she set a national record. American track star Sha'Carri Richardson came in second place, silver medal, and Melissa Jefferson also on Team USA's bronze medal. Now, earlier, American gymnast Simone Biles came first in the women's vault, won her third gold medal of the Games. And Algerian boxer Rani Khalif beat her Hungarian opponent in the quarterfinals, guaranteeing her a bronze medal in that event. For more, I spoke to senior writer for The Athletic, Matthew Butterman, who's been following all the events. Matthew, it's great to talk with you. There was just so much action today. I want to start off at the swimming pool. The USA's Katie Ledecky with an incredible performance and really entering the history books with her latest medal.
Yeah, it's a pretty incredible thing. Just the longevity. She started when she was just a teenager and sort of a young teenager too. I think she was about 15 years old when she won this event, the 800 meters, for the first time in London. At the time, it was sort of, who is this girl? She sort of came out of nowhere and upset the British champion. But now she's become just about the greatest female Olympian out there, certainly the greatest female swimmer who has ever competed at this level.
Yeah, the most decorated American female Olympian athlete of all time. Just absolutely incredible. To the track and field, which is now getting into full swing. A lot of fun stuff going on, but really, I guess you might say a bit of surprise in the women's 100 meters.
I do think that is a surprise. Yes, Sherry Richardson was definitely the favorite. She's been the fastest woman in the world this year. But she was upset. She ended up with the silver medal, lost to Julia Alfred of St. Lucia, of all places. Runners from the West Indies have historically performed terrifically on the international stage. Many of them, I say most of them, end up at American colleges where they train and get top coaching, and that's what offered that. She was at the University of Texas, 23 years old, I believe, and she, just ran a great race. Carrie ran a terrific race too, but she was just a little slow out of the blocks. I think she ran, like 10.9 seconds. I bet if you had asked her if her time would win, she probably would have said yes, but Alfred was just lights out. She ran like 10.72, which is just a tenth of a second or so off Flojo's record from ages ago.
Yeah, and the first gold medal for St. Lucia, country, as you mentioned, pretty small, only 180,000 people that live there. We have to mention, as many people call her, the GOAT, the greatest of all time, Simone Biles in the gymnastics, winning her 10th Olympics medal, her third gold of the games, this time in the vault.
I think what's so incredible about Simone Biles in this situation is 3 years ago she had just a really rocky Olympics in Tokyo, and she essentially had panic attacks, and was just overcome by fear. They call it the twisties in gymnastics, and getting over that and deciding to come back. This is a sport where women, they're still girls often when they retire. But when women do not compete in as many Olympics as Simone Biles has, and she has been so good for so long, and just shows no signs of tailing off. I don't know if this is going to be her last Olympics. There's a home Olympics in 4 years. At this point, it's pretty hard to see why she would stop.
Will we see Simone Biles in Los Angeles in 2028? That would be really the scene. Speaking of scenes, Matthew, one of the most unique things I think about this Olympics in Paris has been some of the settings that the city has utilized. I mean, we saw fencing, this really incredible grand room where they're doing the fencing there, but also the triathlon, swimming in the river Seine. I know that you were there to watch it. There was doubts about whether or not this would actually happen. How did the triathlon events actually turn out?
They turned out great. It's great to watch, great to be a spectator, a little rough if you were a triathlete. And the reason actually wasn't the murkiness and the pollution in the river, although we might find out about that in a few days if sometimes get sick. The problem was the current. There was a very strong current in the river that day, and so the swimmers were going on a sort of loop, and they had to loop twice around, and they started out swimming west, and then they turned back east. And one of the triathletes was telling me afterwards, she was swimming on a treadmill. She was actually concerned they were going to stop the race because the current was going so strong. But they plowed through, they made it, and it was an absolutely spectacular race to watch. Swimming in the Seine and then cycling and running past so many of the iconic sites in really one of the world's most beautiful cities.
Matthew, very briefly, about 20 seconds left, but what are you watching for now this weekend?
I'm a tennis guy, and Sunday is Carlos Alcaraz against Novak Djokovic. I'm wondering what time these two players are going to play. One is the greatest of all time. The other one might eventually be the greatest of all time. And it's this glorious intergenerational matchup between Djokovic and Alcaraz, but also because it's the Olympics between Spain and Serbia.
I'm Carl Master in Washington. Stay tuned. We have more coming up.
Hello there. For part two of the weekend, it looks like low pressure will be affecting more northwestern parts
of the country, whereas further south, thanks to the ridge of high pressure, we should see a lot of dry and settled weather. Quite a bit of cloud around on Sunday, but some sunny spells here and there, and conditions turning wetter and windier as this area of low pressure across Northern Ireland and western Scotland as we go through the day. But much of central and eastern Scotland, England and Wales, quite a bit of cloud, like I mentioned, but also some sunny breaks here and there. And presently warm, high teens to low 20s from north to south across the country. Now, it'll be turning windier and wetter across the northwest of the UK as we head through Sunday night. Rain really started to pile into Northern Ireland, certainly across Scotland and western Scotland. Seeing that most of that rain could be quite heavy, perhaps even thundery in a few places. But we'll be drawing up some warm and muggy air. So by Monday morning, areas starting off with temperatures around the mid-teens. For Monday, we have this area of low pressure almost in situ to the northwest of the UK, with this weather front bringing further heavy rain to the north and west, scooping up this very warm and humid air from the near continent. So a wet, windy day to come for northern and western Scotland, some heavy rain at times, could see some disruption across western Scotland. For parts of eastern Scotland, certainly England and Wales, it will stay mostly dry with some spells of sunshine, including warm and humid in the high 20s and warm and muggy across Scotland. Tuesday night, we see that weather front crossing the country. So the rain could be heavy, maybe thundery on it, even as it pushes towards eastern areas. It will take its time to clear the southeast on Tuesday, so rather cloudy, some spots of rain. Behind it, we have some pressure again. Plenty of sunshine, a few showers in western Scotland and Northern Ireland. Temperatures 19 and 25 degrees. So those values coming back down again with low humidity. So we're about to Tuesday into Wednesday. Low pressure affects the northern half of the country. Again, stronger winds, outbreaks of rain, higher pressure towards the south. So again, it's going to be a blustery day on Wednesday for Scotland, maybe the far northwest of England, Northern Ireland, with a few showers further south. Stay dry with variable cloud coming and going, and some spells of sunshine. Again, low to mid-20s in the south, high teens, low 20s in the north. And as we end the week, we hold on to that theme with low pressure always bringing more cloud and rain at times to the north of the UK. Higher pressure continues to bring more settled and warmer conditions in the south.
Come with me as I explore the tech behind the Paris Games, meeting athletes using cutting-edge training tech 3.51. I don't think that's got much to worry about there. Let's go and have a look at that. Seeing innovative smart tools and going inside groundbreaking project powering the city.
We're enabling connectivity for the entirety of the river.
With exclusive behind-the-scenes access, join me, Ray Clarker, to Tech for Paris Watch on iPlayer.
From 9 amazing space missions, Supertimes Nessie made a splash. The list charts some of the most remarkable events that have made the headlines. Each episode dives into a new story, from the recent past right up to today, and discover there's a lot more behind the biggest and strangest stories. The list. Watch on BBC iPlayer. This is BBC News. We'll have the headlines for you at the top of the hour, which is straight after this programme.
She looks beautiful. She looks like a Barbie doll. She looks fun and sweet.
I remember she has like 1 million followers on Instagram. Yeah, I want to be like her.
The rise of Kat Torres seemed to be the ultimate rags to riches story. From extreme poverty to international model and wellness influencer, she captivated women all over the world.
Everything that I saw seemed incredible. It seemed like she was ex-model, but decided to turn into a life coach.
But behind the perfectly curated Instagram posts and the promise of all the love, money and self-esteem that you always dreamed of, lay a very dark reality.
She was so blissful, she was so sweet, and then she turned into an absolute narcissistic person.
She took these girls and she convinced them to do whatever she wanted them to do, just like a cult. I was in a strange city, in a strange hotel, having sex with a stranger for money. How did I get here?
I think I was probably one of the first victims of human trafficking. She was using me as a slave.
Witchcraft, sexual exploitation, and missing women. Then, a desperate search by their families and the FBI.
They're saying she is a danger to society because she can change people's minds with her words. She can do, Kanye. Can I? You tell me, can I? I hope I can.
She told me about the Hollywood industry and the experiences she had in Los Angeles, the people she met, the parties she went to. She knew several models and influencers who had become prostitutes in Europe and in the United States. Before I could even ask for an explanation, she said that I was wasting $1 million opportunity. She talked about the money she had spent on me, including tickets, accommodation, food, furniture for my room, and even the witchcraft she had done. She said if I decided to leave, all these expenses would be charged, and if I didn't pay, she would curse me.
Kat continued to seek out new revenue streams and started charging followers for spiritual baths. Kat or one of her assistants would often use this as an opportunity to try and convince the client to come and work for her.
She told me to imagine yourself in the nightclub, going out, talk to guys, they're gonna give you money, imagine you getting money from them, and bringing luggage, full luggage of money to Kat. And I remember she was saying, you can say no to Kat, and you need to follow what she's telling you to do, and don't tell anyone about it. I was very afraid about it. I was with that bad feeling, that intuition, like something bad could happen to me if I go there to Austin and be with Kat. And at that point, I was like, I don't want to go. I don't want to be in that situation.
The teacher taking number decided not to travel to Austin to meet with Kat.
Eu quero vocês todos milionários e ponto final. Só que eu regressei na internet não estava funcionando mais. Só que eu pensei, tem um site. As pessoas já se prepararam energeticamente. Agora elas podem vir até a minha casa. E eu vou mostrar para elas o que é ter dinheiro. Então eu quero todo mundo aqui trabalhando comigo. Eu tô fazendo. Eu tô trazendo os brasileiros para cá.
In the house, the women say Kat introduced the law of silence. They were forbidden from communicating with each other, and they couldn't leave their rooms without Kat's permission. As her grip on the women tightened, they say they began to be encouraged down an even more dangerous path.
We're never allowed to leave the house. It's very difficult to, get out of the situation because she holds your money, she holds all your informations.
Kat said, you don't have to keep working at the club if you start to feel bad. Hang out with the guys. I'm sure that several men you've met have approached you, asking how much it would cost for time with you. Think about it. Well, you can make in 15 hours at the club, you can make in 1 hour with a man.
I heard her on the phone with the girl who lives in Brazil. She was saying, we've even been punished by the voice to be a prostitute in Brazil. I said, okay, I need to get out of here.
After 42 days, with the help of a former boyfriend, Sol managed to escape, but she said she still feared Kat.
Her husband at the time, Zach, had at the house, I think, Texas, right? So about 6 guns. So it was terrifying. Something could happen to me because she had my address and all my information, my passports. Took a picture of my passports, took a picture of my driver's license. Maia, tá escondido também, ela com medo. Maia!
Desiree writes of how Kat repeatedly threatened her, and eventually, scared and lost, she gave in to Kat's demand that she work as a prostitute.
On the way to meet the car, my legs wouldn't stop shaking. When I opened the bedroom door, many questions haunted me. Could I stop whenever I wanted? If the condom broke, would I get a disease? Could it be an undercover cop and arrest me? What if he killed me?
A gente trabalha aqui 24 horas do dia e tem que trabalhar mesmo. E tem que acordar às 5 da manhã e dormir às 2 da manhã. E assim é para todas as pessoas da casa. Então não vai achando que vai chegar aqui nessa beleza e que lá. Queridos, acabou, a gente vai estar vendo.
Desiree describes how Kat began setting up profiles for her on Sugar Baby and escort websites. She says she was forced to juggle escort work with performing at the strip club. Prostitution is illegal in Texas. Desiree says Kat would threaten to report her to the police if she ever talked about wanting to stop.
I also met multi-millionaire sugar daddies. The more powerful they were, the more dangerous and unpredictable. Kat said I needed to get out of my comfort zone to make money. She established that I could only return home after reaching a daily goal of $3,000. I ended up sleeping on the streets several times because I couldn't reach that.
In the name of Mother Mary and your Queen Kat Torres, the Messiah, and Jesus Christ, understand me?
During this time, Kat's social media presence became more and more disturbing.
You see the mirror? You're going to lay on the floor in this position like this with your hands here where we can see them. Lay on the floor. This is a filming. Film my body. You're going to lay like this. What's up? Making fancy you. Are you filming me? Do they understand that? I'm smiling right here, away from your body. Do not touch each other.
Around April of 2022, she made an Instagram post threatening me. In the post, she says that she's gonna hang my skull, that I was a traitor, that she had welcomed me in her house and I betrayed her trust, and I was gonna pay with my life for what I had done to her. And I just got really scared. Like, I had panic attack, and she was demanding all her followers to tag me. She called me a slave in her post. She said that she made my life hell.
Unbeknownst to Kat, both Anna and Sol had filed police reports against her. Meanwhile, the families of Desiree and Letitia had lost all contact with the women and started to become anxious about their whereabouts.
Polícia de imigração teria sido acionada em caso de brasileiras desaparecidas no Texas. A gente começa a edição de hoje falando do caso das brasileiras que vieram trabalhar aqui nos Estados Unidos e que, segundo os familiares, estavam desaparecidas por meses.
In Brazil, the story dominated news outlets. The women's family and friends started social media campaigns in a desperate bid to find them. The Instagram accounts grew. Kat, away on holiday, began a counter-offensive.
A única coisa que eu fiz foi dar emprego para as meninas e só, mais nada. Eu falei, vocês vão trabalhar para mim, se vocês trabalharem digno, se vocês forem digna, o salário de vocês vai ser digno. Elas começaram a fazer muito dinheiro.
She also ordered Desiree and Letitia Meyer to post videos of their own.
Eu tô gravando esse vídeo para ordenar que vocês parem de me perseguir, parem de me procurar, parem de perguntar a terceiros sobre meu paradeiro. Se eu bloqueei todos vocês, tem um motivo. Quer dizer que eu não quero falar com nenhum de vocês. Tô muito bem, eu tenho poder de escolha, eu tenho livre-arbítrio. E Deus deu para todos nós, então eu tô vivendo a minha vida de saco, vocês são insuportáveis. Me deixem em paz.
Desde a última vez que eu vi eles, eu falei, não me procura mais. Não me procura mais, eu não quero mais falar com vocês. Quantas vezes eu vou ter que falar? Quantas vezes?
When the families uncovered the women's escort profiles and the address of the Austin house, Kat sent plane tickets for the women to join her in May.
Os pais estão desesperados e desconfiam que ela possa estar envolvida num esquema de tráfico humano e prostituição.
I started to contact many people to get Kat to be arrested. I did an online report to the FBI exposing everything that I had from Kat, because at that point I saw that she was involved in prostituting girls.
I was seeing the posts that she was doing, and I was like, she's keeping other girls.
But the police were now on their trail. Kat was on the road when a law enforcement officer called to check the girls weren't being held against their will.
Yeah, that's me. Yeah, but a long time. No. Very nice. Yes. Yes. And again, they came here on their own. They didn't come here for me. They are helping me out, yeah. But I just don't want anything bad to happen to them.
What Kat didn't know is that the call had been secretly recorded, including moments before when she was heard threatening the women.
Gente, eles são muito pequenos. Ele é detetive. Muito cuidado. Pelo amor de Deus, vou dar um chute daqui. Não sei se tá
The law enforcement officer eventually convinced Kat to visit a police station in May.
When they came in, what was kind of concerning was the girls' behavior. They were definitely very closed off, and that is fairly common with human survivors. They have a severe distrust for law enforcement, usually ingrained by the trafficker. Getting inside with that, and when we were doing the interview, and she really didn't give a model of what her business was for, how it worked. It just said that the girls worked with her, and she was a life coach for other girls. There's also another immediate red flag where this is what she does. She takes these young women under her wing. She said there was nothing to see here. It was all made up by haters. Human traffickers aren't always like in the movies that kidnap people. It's far more common that it's someone you trust. It's more like a relationship is built and trust is gained, and it's grooming tactics like that.
That's when I realized all the manipulation and brainwashing I had suffered at Kat's hands. She was promising people things that she could never do for them. She took these girls and she convinced them to do whatever she wanted them to do. Just like a cult. She became like a cult leader.
Katiuska Tobin, de 34 anos, agora está presa no Brasil por suspeita de manter pessoas em condições análogas à escravidão.
Kat was deported back to Brazil, facing charges of human trafficking, slave labor, and medical fraud. Kat has been in prison since November 2022. Over 20 women have reported being scammed or exploited by her, many of whom the BBC has spoken to. The first trial, which dealt with Desiree's allegations, took place last year behind closed doors. A number of other women also testified. Now, Kat is awaiting the verdict.
Before, I'll describe myself as a model, as a guru. Now I describe myself as a prisoner.
By investigations, BBC News Brazil gained a rare reporter to interview Kat. This is the first time since her arrest Kat is being interviewed.
I am 1 year and a half in jail. In real jail. Real people committed real crimes. We're talking about people that killed like 10 people, 15 people. When I was seeing the people testifying, they were saying so many lies that at one point I couldn't stop laughing. I believe maybe I'm here for more 20 days, 10 more days, because there is no proof, there is no crime, there is no way.
Why is the judge keeping you in prison? If you don't
Because
deserve
the
to be
people
there?
are saying that I am a problem outside, that I can take the minds of the people and change them. People are saying I am a fake guru, but at the same time, they're also saying that I'm so real and so dangerous that I can take his mind or whoever mind and change his mind. It's written in my paper. So I'm only talking what is written in my paper. It says she is a danger to society because she can change people's mind with her words. She can too. Can I? You tell me, can I? I hope I can. I had a voice that spoke with me, and my whole life I would tell people, oh, so the voice is saying this to you, the voice is saying that to you, the voice is saying this. People would just bend down to me and be like, oh my God, give me like some advice, please. Very rich people, very powerful people.
She was a definition, a master manipulator, although I believe her intent in that manipulation was positive.
She knew exactly what she was doing. She was trying to sell the courthouse. No, that's not my intention. And that she was not a pimp. You can fool them, but you cannot fool me. I was living in there with you.
Nobody lived with me. No women lived with me. Other than my dog. Oh, there's a girl, my cat is a girl. No women live with me.
We've seen messages from you inviting young women to live with
Then,
you.
if you did not see a message in the federal police, you cannot believe this message is from me. There is no way I send a message to a person saying, come to live with me in America, I'm going to enslave you, or you're going to work for me. In my house, nobody works. I want to say
the messages that we've seen from
absolutely, absolutely, yes.
What about the bank transfers from Desiree, like depositing money into your account?
The same thing.
You're saying that's completely fake.
No, she
never sent you money.
What? No, whatever she could use from me, she did. But I didn't know what she was doing.
You didn't know she was sending you money.
Yes, I know she was sending me money to take Ubers. And I said yes.
£600. She takes £600.
Yeah, she told me that. I have seen some Uber receipts that was like $3,000, $4,000 per month.
Many of the women we spoke to say they are still experiencing post-traumatic stress. In a split second, choosing to hit like and follow had unimaginable consequences.
Until recently, I still heard it in my head. I was thinking about giving up on life, about suicide, because I invested my whole life in her.
I had to do therapy. It's been almost 2 to 3 years that I've been doing therapy. And it's just a lot of work that I had to do to be able to talk about this.
Aí eu disse que você manteve ela em casa, trabalhando como se fosse uma escrava, não pagou o valor que você pagava, e que você ameaçou ela. A gente leu um post nas redes sociais, que você disse que, de fato, manteve ela como escrava e que o crânio dela seria pendurado na sua casa.
Deus me livre.
E que ela pagaria com a vida dela pelo que ela fez contra você.
Eu não sei quem postou isso, mas não fui eu.
Isso estava na sua conta do Instagram.
Eu não sei quem foi, nem se foi na minha conta do Instagram, mas eu não postei isso. Agora que eu lembrei quem a Ana é, e ela nunca trabalhou na minha casa. Ela ficou na minha casa por alguns dias e foi embora.
How does it make you feel when you're hearing that former clients are traumatized?
I don't believe it. I have to say they are absolutely ridiculous and that they need to run back to their parents.
Why do you think they'd make something like that up?
Because they want media. Because they want to be somebody. They want to talk about it. It's not real. It's not true. I've been working with this for 9 years. And I have 14,000 clients. And I had many people that were very jealous about the money I was making. I charged a lot of money to do it.
Did you believe in the advice you were giving these women?
Oh yeah, I believe 1,000%. I will look in their eyes and I will go to sleep and I will wake up in the morning thinking about the advice I give to them. In jail still, I think about the advice I give to them. I never ever was wrong, ever. I don't regret one single word I said. I don't regret.
It's like we're all afraid that whenever she gets out, she's actually going to do it again. Throughout this interview, we've put very serious allegations to you: human trafficking, sexual exploitation, modern slavery, and in response, you've said you were proud of your advice, you've laughed, you've said that they're ridiculous, they're liars. Do you take any accountability for any of these allegations?
Absolutely not. Zero.
And do you think you deserve to get any punishment or justice?
Absolutely not. What I want and I need is justice. What I want to do with my lawyer is justice. I don't deserve to be here. I didn't deserve to be here not even one day in my life. You choose to believe whatever you choose to believe. I can tell you I'm Jesus, and you can see Jesus or you can see the devil. That's it. All your life. That's the only place.
Não ameaça?
I didn't like her.
I'm not fully recovered yet. I've had a challenging year. I was sexually exploited, enslaved, and imprisoned. I hope my story serves as a warning.
The rise in social media has absolutely created almost like a portal or an avenue for human trafficking. It has developed just a huge communication network for human trafficking in general, and it's just so much easier to groom individuals and victims.
I feel better because I know she's in jail. And my hopes is that the more I talk about it and more victims are gonna come out and, tell their stories, go to the police, go to the authorities, so people see that this is a really criminal and serious case. It's not just some Instagram drama as some people might have thought.
If you've been affected by this story, head to BBC Action Line at bbc.co.uk/Action Line.
So there for part two of the weekend, it looks like low pressure will be affecting more northwestern parts of the country, whereas further south, thanks to ridge of high pressure, we should see
along a dry and settled weather. Quite a bit of cloud around on Sunday, but some sunny spells here and there, and conditions turning wetter and windier thanks to this area of low pressure across Northern Ireland and Western Scotland as we go through the day. Not much of central and eastern Scotland, England and Wales, quite a bit of cloud, like I mentioned, but also some sunny as in warm high teens to low 20s from north to south across the country. Now, the turning windier and wetter across the rain really started to pile into Northern Ireland, certainly across Scotland, Western Scotland, seeing that
me crazy.
In a few places, but we'll be drawing up some warm and muggy air. So
man,
areas starting off.
I got shit to say. Oh my God.
This area of low pressure almost in situ to the northwestern UK, with this weather front bringing further heavy rain to the north and west, scooping up this very warm and humid air from the near continent. So a wet, windy day to come for northern and western Scotland. Some heavy rain at times. Could see some disruption across western Scotland. For parts of eastern Scotland, certainly England and Wales, it will stay mostly dry with some spells of sunshine and feeling warm and humid. In the 20s in Celsius, and warm and muggy across Scotland. Tuesday night, we see that weather front crossing the country. Some of the rain could be heavy, maybe thundery on it, even as it pushes towards eastern areas. It'll take its time to clear the southeast on Tuesday, so rather cloudy, some spots of rain behind it. Yeah, to pressure again. Plenty of sunshine, a few showers for western Scotland and Northern Ireland. Temperatures 19, 24, 25 degrees. So the valleys coming back down again with lower humidity. So with after Tuesday into Wednesday, low pressure affects the northern half of the country again. Stronger winds, outbreaks of rain, higher pressure towards the south. So again, it's going to be a blustery day on Wednesday for Scotland, maybe the far northwest of England, Northern Ireland, with a few showers. Further south, stay dry with very little cloud coming and going, and some spells of sunshine. Again, low to mid 20s in the south, high teens, low 20s in the north. And at the end of the week, the whole cloud being with low pressure, always bringing more cloud and rain at times for north. Higher pressure continues to be more settled in the south.
One thing I can say, which is true of this region, is that it's becoming harder to be a journalist. It's really important to be on the ground. If that means you've got to go to hostile, remote places, then we have to do that. That opium resin is a very pungent smell of it in the air right now. The Delta wave of COVID devastated India, and I think it was the coverage that we did for the BBC at the time which brought international attention. What's happening here could affect the world's ability to recover from the pandemic. We've met with families who've had to do the unthinkable. Another person came up and asked if we'd like to buy their child. The desperation is hard to put in words. Many of the stories we've had to tell are distressing, they're difficult, but that's usually an indicator that they're really important stories to tell.
Live from Washington, this is BBC News. The Lebanese armed group Hezbollah says it's launched dozens of rockets at Israel. That's as the UK and US urge their citizens to leave Lebanon because of fears of an all-out war. And bricks and bottles are thrown at police as far-right rallies turn violent in England and Northern Ireland. Hello, I'm Carl Nasman. Welcome to the program. Hezbollah says it's fired dozens of rockets toward Israel from southern Lebanon. The Israeli military says about 30 rockets were fired into communities in northern Israel, one of which landed in the town of Bet Hillel. The Army said most of the rockets were either intercepted, others did land in open areas. There were no casualties reported. Tension is high in the region since Wednesday's killing of Hamas political chief Ismail Haniyeh. Hezbollah, Iran, and other regional allies have promised retaliation for the killing. Israel this week claimed responsibility for the killing of a Hezbollah commander in Beirut, but has not made any comments so far on Haniyeh's killing. Now, earlier on Saturday, the U.S. Embassy in Beirut issued an urgent warning to U.S. citizens, urging them to leave Lebanon on any ticket available. These are crowds here of passengers queuing at Beirut Airport's departure terminal. The UK government has also called British nationals to leave Lebanon, warning the situation could deteriorate rapidly. Diplomatic correspondent Caroline Hawley says special flights might be needed so everyone there can leave.
The Foreign Secretary today was blunt. He said, leave now. Now, David Lammy was in Beirut this week with the new Defence Secretary. He said the situation could deteriorate rapidly. He said the consequences could be catastrophic. They hope that people will leave by commercial flights, which are still operating, but the government is now gearing up for a possible evacuation if that's needed. And to that end, they're sending extra military personnel, they're sending extra consulate official and border force staff to the region. It's contingency planning. They won't say how many people are going or where, but the last evacuation from Lebanon, when there was a war in 2006, that was by boat to Cyprus, which is very close to Lebanon, where there's already a British Army presence. Now, the statement issued by the government today said that 2 military ships are already in the region, and the RAF is putting helicopters on standby. The government is still hoping for a diplomatic solution for de-escalation, but fears are growing that if and when Hezbollah retaliates for that killing, Israel will attack Lebanon hard.
Also in the Middle East, school complex in Gaza City on Saturday, 15 Palestinians. This here hits the school, frozen by the traffic broadcast shows a carrying away this footage of injured children that are being stretchered from that flight. Now, Gaza's Hamas said the school was Israel's military claims the school was an emergency there were 2 strikes on the school. First one.
The occupation army targeted the school with hellfire warning, which led to a number of martyrs and injuries. Our crews were able to transport some of the martyrs and injured, but not all of them, because the enemy contacted one of the people at the school and told him to evacuate the entire school. We withdrew from the area, and the school was targeted again 20 minutes later.
Meanwhile, Axios is reporting that the U.S. general in charge of American forces in the Middle East has arrived in the region as the Pentagon deploys extra jets and warships. Earlier, I spoke with Marissa Kerma, director of the Middle East program at the Wilson Center. What's your reaction to the news getting in now? Dozens of rockets being fired by Hezbollah towards Israel.
That is exactly what was expected. In fact, that is exactly what Hassan Nasrallah and other Hezbollah commanders, as well as Iran, have basically announced since first the assassination of Fuad Shukr in Beirut, but then later the assassination of Ismail Haniyeh in Tehran. We are likely to see a lot more escalation as well. The Ayatollah basically promised severe punishment. And earlier today, I believe, the UN mission of Iran also pledged that there will be retaliation, not only against military targets in Israel, but also civilian targets. The word of the day amongst Hezbollah supporters and Hezbollah, but also Iran, is revenge. This is what we're seeing and hearing, and that was very much expected. But of course, calls for de-escalation are also rampant across the region.
And it really has appeared on the part of Hezbollah, on the part of Israel, even Iran, when we saw a tit-for-tat exchange earlier this year between Israel and Iran, that all sides involved have wanted to pretty much avoid a larger conflict. Do you get the sense that is still true now?
I think that is still true, but of course there are developments on the ground that took place, namely in the last few days, that changed the calculus. And this is part of the calculation and miscalculation formula that we've also discussed, that any any sort of ad hoc move or any mistake or any miscalculation could eventually lead to all-out regional war, which everyone wants to avoid. There is fatigue in the region, across the region, not only amongst the people of the region who are watching the news 24/7, basically watching death in the making and the suffering of the Palestinian people, particularly in Gaza. No one wants to see this expand further to Lebanon, which is a country that is, of course, has its own challenges, from a political stalemate to economic distress. So this is the last thing that Lebanon needs, but clearly there are worries in the United States, amongst the US administration, and of course we've heard from the UK as well, that things may go out of control. And the key now is to focus on intensive diplomatic efforts and a lot of back-channeling to ensure that there's a political solution to this conflict.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of that happen in recent days. Marissa, we've seen that rocket attack now, and of course, this is nothing new. We've seen plenty of rocket fire in the many months since October 7th. But just remind us again about Hezbollah and what kind of military capabilities it does have should it wish to launch a larger.
Hezbollah has very significant military capabilities, and it, of course, surpasses the military capabilities of Hamas, which, of course, the IDF have been laser focused on. And perhaps there is a little bit more confidence now with the assassination of Haniya, as well as Mohammed Deif in Gaza. That capabilities have been severely limited. But Hezbollah is a completely different animal in this game, with significant capabilities and missiles. And its main patron, Iran, remains to be fully supportive of them all the way. And so this is why this basically represents a significant existential threat to Israel. But as things went down in Gaza, the hope is that things do not escalate further in Lebanon. But it seems that the two assassinations that we've witnessed, particularly that Ismail Haniyeh was assassinated in the heart of Tehran, could really unfold in a way that none of the regional leaders, as well as the United States and others in Europe, want to see the Middle East move forward.
More than 80 people have now been arrested after far-right demonstrations descended into scenes of violence across several UK towns and cities on Saturday. Prime Minister Keir Starmer pledged his, quote, full support to police to tackle what he called extremists attempting to sow hate. Police have been on alert in the string of cities of England and Ireland. Several people are reported that tensions have been high after days of unrest fueled by online disinformation about the fatal stabbing of 3 girls in Southport on Monday. Saturday's disturbances came after a violent attack in Sunderland on Friday, where 4 police officers were hospitalized and 12 people were injured. Home Secretary Yvette Cooper condemned the violence, emphasizing that those involved will be held to account.
Criminal violence and disorder has no place on Britain's streets. We've been clear to the police that they have our full backing in taking the strongest possible action against perpetrators, including making sure that there are more prosecutors, there are sufficient prison places, and also that the courts stand ready, because anyone who engages in this kind of disorder needs to be clear that they will pay the price.
In Liverpool, our reporter Dan Johnson witnessed protests and sent us this report.
Across many towns and cities, the police have been stretched, fighting running battles. This was the scene in Blackpool this afternoon. Here's how protesters have been injuries, but mostly to police officers. They struggled to maintain order in Liverpool, where 2 counter-demonstrations clashed near the waterfront. Anti-fascist protesters confronted around 1,000 from the far right, chanting anti-immigrant slogans.
The police are now forcing back the anti-fascist demonstrators and are trying to create a bit of space between the two sides.
Watch how this motorbike officer was treated. Moses Atkins described this as serious disorder. The Home Secretary is promising action nationwide.
we will give the police all the backing that they need in the actions that they are taking in response to this criminal disorder and thuggery, because it has no place on Britain's streets. That's why we're ensuring that there are additional prosecutors in place this weekend.
This was legal demonstration in Manchester. The police are under pressure, but some are accusing them of double standards. Listen to this officer outside a mosque in Stoke. If there's any weapons, get rid of them, he appears to say. We're not going to racist chants and anti-Islamic slogans have also been widespread in these protests. Saw serious rioting last week.
Look at me, for fuck's sake, look at me. I'm fucking crazy. What the fuck? Is that a song? Fucking hell. Oh my god. I'm fucking freezing. Why is my place so fucking cold? What the fuck? Oh man. Fucking hell, look at me. I'm fuck's sake.
The demonstrations are spreading, and so is the
Did you say demonstration?
Tonight the streets of Liverpool
Demonstration.
and many people
Oh man.
what any of this has to do with
Demonstration in the nation. Oh yeah. It's the goodie bags, right? Fucking hell. Freezing. Fucking right. Oh man.
Venezuela's opposition mass rally in Caracas on Saturday, defying government calls for her arrest. She urged her supporters to continue protesting peacefully.
Well, I'm actually fucking freezing. Yeah, I'm really mad. I don't want it to be fucking freezing, but it fucking is.
The opposition candidate included the dollar for the clear victory.
Oh man.
Antony Blinken spoke with the opposition on Friday. Later in a statement, he said, given the overwhelming evidence that's clear to the United States and most importantly to the Venezuelan people, that dollars won votes. Analysis by the Associated Press of both chiefs released by the opposition does suggest that if Gonzalo received 6.9 billion votes, that would be nearly 500,000 more than the government said Mr. Maduro won. More than 1,000 opposition demonstrators have been arrested since the protests began. Here's a bit of what Ms. Machado told her supporters at the rally.
The world knows they intend to forcefully withhold the result. 6 days later, they have not handed over a single record. The period has expired and no pseudo-legal maneuver can cover up the truth. The truth is in our tallies and the fact is in our hearts.
This week saw the largest prisoner exchange between Russia and the West since the Cold War. 24 people from 7 countries returned home on Thursday. There are some U.S. citizens still being held abroad, including Russian. Joe Biden says Americans. One of those still detained among those, Mark Fogel, 63-year-old school teacher in Pennsylvania, was arrested in 2021 on smuggling charges and is currently serving a 14-year. You can see him here on the right. This video at a Russian airport where he's found to be carrying a small amount of medical marijuana. His family has urged the Biden administration to bring him home. Earlier, I spoke to his sister, Ann Fogel, who says she is hopeful about his chance of coming home.
You know, I'm clinging to whatever hope I can. So, yes, to a certain degree. And you know, the administration pulled off a masterful, incredible swap. And they should be congratulated, and I'm very happy for the return of Paul and Evan and Alsu. I just wish my brother was among them.
When you speak with your brother, do you get a sense of his condition there? You mentioned, you followed the news, you're able to talk with him.
It's fucking freezing.
Well,
Oh my god.
this is especially difficult because it comes on the heels of 21 days in a prison hospital for him. He was released on the 21st, which ironically is the day that they, I guess, formalized the list of who was coming home. So Mark was in a prison hospital, which is not actually, I'm not certain that it's really a hospital at all. But he was given many shots, injections, and drugs, and they did an ultrasound of his liver, and of course he doesn't speak Russian, and there are no translators, so it was very alarming for him, and it's the fourth time that he's been in the hospital. So I think he is. I think he's.
So 316.
Really,
Fucking hell,
really
316.
slammed by this news, and
I was
he's
on
having
316,
a
I
very
think.
difficult time right now.
316.
The BBC has started removing Hugh Edwards from archived footage after
Yeah, I'm fucking, yeah, 316. I think it was fucking.
It comes as Sunday Times reported that a woman who twice complained to the BBC about Edwards is having therapy paid for by the corporation.
Oh,
The
fuck
BBC
hell.
spokesperson said it always
Oh.
investigated complaints fully and provided support.
Woo.
It's also emerged that the former chair of the BBC publicly thanked Edwards for his contribution to the organization, despite knowing that he had been arrested.
It's quite mad to be live all the fucking time. It's fucking insane. But it's started and that's it. It carries on. Because I'll be dead one day. There'll be no me.
Those allegations were completely separate to the recent criminal charges.
So you'll be able to laugh. I mean, you'll be laughing at me forever. Just press the play button and there I am.
Radio program Dame Ellen referred to the now disgraced
Yeah,
news
yeah. No, it was 316 it was. 316. Fucking hell. Comments out of London on 316. I don't mean to be mean, I don't mean to be mean, but I'm going home. I've been working all day. Yeah. that's all, isn't it? Fuck, I can sing that again, I think. Yeah.
Of the nature of the police investigation into Edwards in November last year, she hasn't answered that question. Neither has she answered my question whether she stands by the comments made on that radio program. But there will be people asking whether she
I wasn't
publicly praise she knew at the very
outside for a little bit, but I'll go outside. I'm fucking freezing. It's really, really cold. I can believe it. Oh my god.
Gold to her home country of St. Lucia, first ever Olympic medal for that day.
Oh.
She raced the victory in the women's 100-meter final, where she set national record. American track star Sha'Carri Richardson
I want to see my fucking.
fellow USA athlete Melissa Jefferson won a bronze. Earlier, American gymnast
That's
Simone
pretty
Biles
fucking
was
mad.
the first
Sports.
collecting a third
Oh, right.
gold medal in 2024.
What's this?
Meanwhile, Algerian boxer Amani Khalid.
Oh, you got free ring. Yeah. That's quite mad, see. Northridge is like a Northridge thing, yeah. And I'll show someone my Northridge keyring, which is not the Northridge, it's fucking the Rushdown Raver.
Now, it's great to talk with you.
In fact, yeah, oh yeah. Yeah, it's quite funny, that was.
The USA's Katie Ledecky with an incredible performance and really entering the history.
It's really mad because I don't fucking smoke weed at all, really, you know. I think I had some, but I was pissed off with myself because I actually had to pay for it. Fuck it, you know what I mean? What's what?
A young teenager too. I think she's about 15 years old when she won this event, the 800 meters, for the first time in London. At the time, it was sort of out of nowhere and upset the British champion. But now she's become just about the greatest female Olympian out there. Certainly the greatest female swimmer who has ever competed at this level.
The most decorated American female Olympian athlete of all time. Just absolutely incredible. To the track and field, which is now getting into full swing, a lot of fun stuff going on, but really, I guess you might say a bit of a surprise in the women's 100 meters.
I do think that is a surprise. Yes, Sha'Carri Richardson was definitely the favorite. She's been the fastest woman in the world this year, but she was upset. She ended up with the silver medal, lost to Julian Alfred of St. Lucia, of all places. Runners from the West Indies have historically performed terrifically on the international stage. Many of them, I say most of them, end up in American colleges where they train and get top coaching, and that's what Alfred has done. She was at the University of Texas, 23 years old, I believe, and she just ran a great race. Sha'Carri ran a terrific race too, but she was just a little slow out of the box.
That's a heat race.
She ran, like 10.89 seconds. I bet if you had asked her if her time would win, she probably would have said yes, but Alfred was just lights out. She ran 10.72, which was just a tenth of a second or so off Flojo's record from ages ago.
Yeah, and the first gold medal for St. Lucia, a country, as you mentioned, pretty small, only 180,000 people live there. We have to mention, as many people call her, the GOAT, the greatest of all time, Simone Biles in the gymnastics, winning her 10th Olympic medal, her third gold of the games, this time in the vault.
I think what's so incredible about Simone Biles in this situation is 3 years ago,
Okay, we're close. It's fucking mad. There's no close.
A really rocky Olympics
That's
in
great.
Tokyo, and she essentially had panic attacks and was just overcome by fear. They call it the twisties in gymnastics, and getting over that and deciding to come back. This is a sport where women, they're still girls often retire. But when women do not compete in as many Olympics as Simone Biles has, and she has been so good for so long, and
I got fucking nothing.
shows no signs.
That's a good. It could be a heat race. It's fucking. That's a good fucking good.
There's a home Olympics in 4 years. At this point, it's pretty.
That's not just. I've been grabbed.
Will we see Simone Biles in Los Angeles in 2028? That would be
That's
really
the
scene.
There's a piece on a heat race. I hope it is.
One of the most unique things I think about this Olympics in Paris.
I had some. This sorry, it's not really fucking there now. A little bit there.
A grand room where they're doing the fencing there, but also the triathlon, swimming in the River Seine. I know that you were there to watch it. There was whether or not this would actually happen.
That's
How
very
did
good.
these triathlon events actually turn out?
They turned out great. They're great to watch, great to be a spectator, a little rough if you were a triathlete. And the reason actually wasn't the murkiness and the pollution in the river, although we might find out about that in a few days.
I'm alright here, right? But if I go down and see that, so I'm going down to fucking shot pieces. It pisses me off, it does.
Very strong.
It's pretty weird. It's fucking mental.
And so they were the swimmers were going on a sort of loop, and they had to loop twice around, and they started out swimming west, and then they turned back east. And one of the triathletes was telling me afterwards she felt like she was.
I'm going nowhere, mate. I'm standing right here. This is it. Fucking ass. That's a shit as fuck.
They made it, and it was an absolutely spectacular race to watch. Swimming in the Seine and then cycling and running past so many of the iconic sites in
it was funny.
The world's most beautiful cities.
Well,
20 seconds left, but what are you watching for now this weekend?
I mean, I'm a tennis guy, and Sunday is Carlos.
I fucking can't stand me, and I fucking hate the bastards.
These two players are going to play. One is the greatest of all time.
Cheapest fucking
One might
wankers.
eventually be the greatest of all time, and it's this great intergenerational match.
When I say no, I fucking mean it.
Also, because the Olympics between Spain and Serbia.
Let's take a look now at some other stories making headlines. At least 32 people are dead and 63 others injured after a suicide attack carried out by Al-Shabaab over a popular concentration in Somalia's capital, Mogadishu. Al-Shabaab controls large parts of southern and central Somalia and Al-Qaeda. The group believes a statement taking responsibility for the attack and claims that the casualties are actually much higher than figures released by police. Former U.S. President Donald Trump announced on Friday that he will no longer join the scheduled presidential debate on September 10th, hosted by ABC. Instead, he says he will only go up against
Wake up. Shouldn't it be fucking 4 of them, 5 and 6 or 7?
News. The Harris campaign says it's open to it.
And then I'll die on the coach. Yep. Boom. He's gone, he's off. He's dead, he's fucking gone. That's it. That'd be great, wouldn't it? It'd be fucking amazing. We'd have fucking die.
Hello there. For part 2 of the weekend, it looks like low pressure will be affecting more northwestern parts of the country, whereas further south, thanks to the ridge of high pressure, we should see.
I was going to be fucking mental. He would love it. He'd go, fucking hell, look, he's dead.
And conditions turning wetter and windier thanks to this area of low pressure across Northern Ireland and Western Scotland as we go through the day. But much of central and eastern Scotland, England and Wales, like I mentioned, but also some sunny breaks here and there, and pleasantly warm high teens to low 20s from north to south across the country.
I was just thinking of that song. Do you know that song, Why Don't You Yourself Bang? I'm going to sing it different. Why don't you wake the cunt up? I said it. Why don't you wake the cunt up?
So by Monday morning,
They go in my head, it's like that. Why don't you wake the cunt up?
For Monday, we have this area of low pressure almost in situ to the northwest UK with this weather front region.
That's what I feel like. I feel like that with all the people around in the land everywhere.
So a wet, windy day to come.
You're just a cunt. Yeah, that's what it feels like. You know, Andy's a cunt. He's always fucking moaning at me all the fucking time, a prick. He's a grumpy bastard, he is. Fucking hell, it's terrible. He's the sort of person that will fucking dampen everyone's personality down to nothing. You might have a fucking really kind of wicked fucking personality. Suddenly, you just fucking, you give up. You can't be bothered. Because that cunt will keep on moaning at you all the fucking time. It doesn't matter. It give you a little look in the eye, and straight away you're pissed off. And you're like, oh, fuck it out. There he is, fucking moaning, looking at me, and fucking, what a fucking wanker. Seriously. And I'll start complaining about him, right? And they say, oh, he cuts the grass. Really? Fuck you know. Get that cunt out of here, will you? But they won't do it. Right? Have a heart. Look at him. Oh, yeah, I know he's a grumpy old bastard, for fuck's sake. I've got to live with that shit.
The world of film is changing faster and faster all the time. Our global Talking Movies team brings you up to date on the latest in movie making from around the world.
Stories from other cultures.
Interviewing top filmmakers and stars.
You shouldn't think I'd ever seen anything like that on screen.
From blockbusters to art house cinema, we'll spotlight the brilliant and unique voices bringing their stories to the big.
I told the policeman when he told me about the black kids, right? No, black kids and that, and that they smash his window, and he goes and fix it, and they smash it again, and they've done it 3 fucking times, and he give up. He couldn't be bothered to fix it. He just won't fix it anymore. And it's fucking funny. I was laughing my fucking head off. I told the police about it, but it made me laugh like fuck.
The art of good conversation is to say the right thing at the right time.
Oh, what's
and in
this?
the right way.
I know, I've seen this shit. Fuck me, this is BBC, isn't it? I mean, fucking hell.
Encouraging, and also keep an open mind.
Yeah, open mind, yeah, all that, yeah.
Sit back and listen.
Where's that bloke with a fucking blue bench? I mean, is he there somewhere?
To find out what it takes to reach the top.
Influential with me, Catty K. Watch on
Catty K. Oh, fucking BBC. Yeah, the Bad Boy Crew. Yeah, I'm right about you. You are the Bad Boy Crew.
Americast from BBC News.
Folks, it's time to take stock. It's been, to put it mildly, a busy few weeks. We're going to step back. We're going to look at the
assassination attempt. We're going to look at Biden dropping out. We're going to look at Harris dropping in, very much Harris dropping in, and what happens next. But we're also going to look at it from an historical perspective, because we've got an old friend, a colleague of mine, Nick.
I had people in America saying, "Oh my God, Gordon, you still in a fucking section unit?" I said, "Yeah, I'm in a section unit." Fuck's sake, this country's shit. It fucking is shit. I mean, this country's fucked up.
Classic episode, and for that episode, we have these. Welcome to Americast.
Americast from BBC News.
There was blood pouring everywhere, and yet
That's pretty cool, I reckon.
on my side, nothing could come in the way of saving our democracy. So I decided the best way forward is to pass the torch.
I should fuck off and get out of this country, because this country's shit. It's fucking rubbish. It's unbelievable, really. I was born in this country, but fucking hell. I mean, it's just fucking mental, really. And it's just bollocks, I say. I was talking about me being the piano man, and they didn't give a fuck. They said it was grandiose, and it was like it didn't happen. No, because you're not the piano man. No. Well, fuck off, you little prick. I'll knock you out of it, you bastard. I fucking did lift the pianos up and put them in the houses and sell them to all the fucking families and made them all fucking happy as fuck. And I look at cunts like you bastard. Fuck off.
Something of an ambition. I'm now able to sit here and say whatever I like. Although I'm doing so in the presence of Nick Bryan, former BBC Washington and New York correspondent, who would be such a great podcaster if he had stayed on.
I've never been this way before in my life. It's fucking mental, it is. I'm trying to contain the issue, you know, and not be so fucking pissed off and annoyed and upset.
This epic history that's just coming at us thick and fast. I mean, it just doesn't seem to stop, does it? And it just reminds me of 1968. I know we make that comparison quite often, but 68 was a year that just saw mega news.
68, I was baptised in 4-0. Fucking right.
LBJ faces this challenge from
I was laying there and they fucking slapped loads of water on my forehead. You're baptised, man. I thought, fucking great. That's lovely. Nice. Cheers.
Martin Luther King is assassinated.
Martin Luther King, I remember that. Yeah, fucking right.
Kennedy is assassinated in Los Angeles. We have the Chicago Convention. All this is played out against the backdrop of the...
It only takes one to fucking kill you.
At the end of the year, we get the election of Richard Nixon. An epic history, and it feels epic right now.
That's probably why I'm probably better off being a nobody. I'm a nobody. Yeah. I'm fucking nobody. Yeah, that's it.
But yeah, nonetheless, it was mega history. And I just think we're getting that sort of similar sense now, Justin. You just never know what's going to happen next.
I'm a nobody. Nobody fucking cares.
I read and loved your last book, as will the whole world, and everyone will be aware of that book, whose title actually escapes me, but anyway, I'm sure you can come up with it. But the serious point is that these historical allusions are important.
Yeah, this is it. I was in the section unit, and I'll say what the cunts thought I was hallucinating. Yeah, you know, it was all bullshit. I'm like, fuck off. Stupid prick.
Well, what I argue in my book, The Forever War, America's Unending Conflict with Itself, is that Donald Trump is as much a product of American history as Lyndon
Johnson, as a real Stan Rover.
Abraham Lincoln,
and now it's a goodie bag guy. A very fucking good idea, actually, as it goes.
It's just the history that tends to get forgotten. It's the history that tends to get misremembered. And it's a history that often is buried and deliberately concealed. And it's a history of...
Concealed, that's my fucking words, man.
You mentioned something else. You mentioned the assassinations of 68. And this
concealed, that's the word. That's all the music in your heart, you know, there it is. Conceal it.
And they went on into the 70s, didn't they? There were attempts on Ford as well, and at least thoughts about attempts on Nixon and the whole kind
Let's
of
put that up. Well, I'll get creative and I'll come and put my words together and I'll think about this and the other. You know, and I'm like, yeah, that sounds pretty cool actually. I think
but also how it comes out of them.
Like I say, I mean, fucking no one gives a fuck.
Is a through line of American history. I mean, not many people remember, but the first.
To be as you wish to be, that is the answer. All this to be as you not or not to be is bollocks. That guy who put that together, fucking, well, fucking hell, I mean, seriously, he's probably obviously a fucking a guy with a problem. He don't know what the fuck to say or do. I mean, he's probably confused or whatever. But like I say, to be as you wish to be, that is the answer. Jump on issues, sort it out, and feel better. I mean, what the fuck?
FDR, just before his inauguration, Harry S. Truman, just opposite the White House, he survived an assassination attempt. You're right, Gerald Ford, 2 women within the space of a few weeks tried to kill him, and of course Ronald Reagan in 1981. And often, Justin, the violence is seen as legitimate. I think that's a key point to make about America because of its kind of revolutionary ideology, because of the nature of how it came into existence, which was
fucking reach it. Oh, fuck it. I'll tell you what, where's that fucking door? Over there. Over there. Fucking door frame. That'd do me perfect. Fucking right. Oh my god.
They regarded themselves as patriots rather than citizens.
Oh yeah.
Spirit of the American
yes. Oh yeah.
Interesting point.
Oh, it's fucking lovely. Oh my god.
Things,
Oh.
You just look at, when you look at Trump,
Oh yeah. That's
I think he calls them hostages, doesn't he? And so he's going to pardon.
Oh.
Yeah. And then to British eyes, you just think, for a whole range of reasons, that's just utterly inexplicable in a way. And yet, you put it exactly right, haven't you? That in the American experience, there's a kind of just a roughness actually about American politics that I think we get bamboozled by all the balloons, don't we, at the conventions, and think the whole thing's kind of, it's just exactly, it's all so jolly and people shouting and waving, but there is a real brutality as well.
Yeah, and at the end of the 60s, which was a particularly tumultuous decade, you had the assassination of JFK, RFK, MLK, George Rockwell was the head of the American Nazi Party, he was killed, Malcolm X. LBJ actually appointed a panel of scholars to try and investigate why it was that America was so very violent. And racism was one of the reasons they came up with, lynchings. Political violence against African Americans had always been a big problem. There was a sense of vigilante justice that was meted out as America spread westward, and Native Americans and Mexicans were forced from their land. They also cited this idea of a sense of legitimate violence, which stemmed from the Revolutionary era. And they also pointed out that America tends to forget all this stuff. And one of the reasons they erase it from their mind is because they have this sense that America is blessed, that America is the new Jerusalem. It's that a positive sense of American exceptionalism blinds them to the negative aspects of American exceptionalism. And one of the big negative aspects of American exceptionalism is a level of political violence that we just don't see in most other advanced nations.
You've mentioned Lyndon Baines Johnson quite a lot. We ought to focus a bit then on the last time that someone did step down, for it was him. Let's listen actually to what he said right at the end of March 1968.
With America's future under challenge right here at home, with our hopes and the world's hopes for peace and the balance every day, I do not believe that I should devote an hour or a day of my time to any personal partisan causes or to any duties other than the awesome duties of this office, the presidency of your country. Accordingly, I shall not see and I will not accept the nomination of my party for another term as your president.
Now, Nick, a lot of people saying, oh, Joe Biden's done a similar thing and it's just such a selfless act and he's put country before party and his own personal ambition, etc., etc. Well, up to a point, Lord Copper, because My goodness, he hung around, didn't he? And he had, in the end, to be pushed out. Frankly, it's fair to say, isn't it, that the kind of narrative that you get from the White House and, frankly, from a lot of the Democrat-supporting media outlets, that this was somehow a selfless thing, that they came to a kind of reasoned decision. They were pushed, weren't they? He was pushed.
He talks about handing the torch to the next generation, but he had a white knuckle grip on that torch for so long, didn't he? It reminded me of that famous Charlton Heston line, "From my cold, dead hands." You remember when he held the musket above his head? Yeah, he had to be blasted out, didn't he? And he had to be blasted out by the most senior figures in the party. I mean, my sense is, maybe the Democrats haven't ended up with the strongest candidate, but my sense also is that the process that might have led them to get a stronger candidate would have split the party. And at the moment, they have real unity and a real sense of kind of energy and bounce.
So that brings us up to date then, doesn't it, into Kamala Harris and the race, which is where we ought to go, because she is of Indian descent, and Jamaican descent as well. Trump suggesting in his most recent rather incoherent thoughts about her that she used to stress the Indian and now she stresses the black part of her heritage, without any great evidence that that was true. But unquestionably, he is going to try to find ways of racializing the campaign against her. And it's interesting, isn't it, Nick? We were both there for Obama. The one thing Barack Obama, I think, hardly mentioned, except in one speech where he faced it in a very coherent and complex way. But generally speaking, he did not run, did he, as the black candidate, the first black person to be in charge in America, etc., etc. In fact, let's listen to a bit of his victory speech in 2008.
This election had many firsts and many stories that will be told for generations, but one that's on my mind tonight is about a woman who cast her ballot in Atlanta. She is a lot like the millions of others who stood in line to make their voice heard in this election, except for one thing. Ann Nixon Cooper is 106 years old. She was born just a generation past slavery, when someone like her couldn't vote for two reasons: because she was a woman and because of the color of her skin. And tonight, I think about all that she's seen throughout her century in America. The heartache and the hope, the struggle and the progress. The times we were told that we can't, and the people who pressed on with that American creed, yes, we can.
And what really strikes me, Nick, about that is the positivity of his message. And if Kamala Harris, it seems to me, can echo that, she's going to gain from it.
Yeah, Obama wanted Americans to feel good rather than feel guilty. And I think that's why he kind of de-emphasized his race. He didn't present his candidacy as Jesse Jackson had done when he ran in 1988 as a kind of natural progression of the civil rights movement. He just didn't portray his candidacy as the next chapter of the struggle for black equality. You were talking about being in Denver, Justin. You remember that night at the Mile High Stadium. They kind of erected a stage that looked like a Greek temple, didn't it? And Obama gave a speech in front of it. And by this strange fluke of history, it was August the 28th, 2008, and I'm doing the maths. That's the anniversary, obviously, of the March on Washington and King's I Have a Dream speech. And even given that, Obama just made an oblique reference to it. He didn't even mention Martin Luther King by name. He called him a young preacher from Georgia. And reading his memoir afterwards, that was deliberate, because they didn't want to link Obama's candidacy too closely with the civil rights movement. As I say, they wanted Americans to feel good that year. They didn't want them to feel guilty about America's racist past.
Just hold that thought, Nick, because we wanted to know what Kamala Harris might learn from the Obama campaign. So we got in touch with LaFleur Stevens Duggan, who is assistant professor of politics at Princeton University, author of a book herself, which is called Race to the Bottom, How Racial Appeals Work in American Politics. And she's been talking to us, she's about how she thinks all of these issues, both race and sex or gender, play in the modern campaign and in this campaign.
Hi, America. Vice President Harris will have to walk the same tightrope that
Hello, good morning. I'm fucking just gonna have a kebab and a fucking cup of tea and go outside for a bit. I'm a bit fucking hot, really.
crucial black turnout. Accomplishing this means that she will need to energize the Democratic Party.
I'll fuck it.
Black voters. While
Oh, fuck it.
appearing so liberal that she turns off white moderates, particularly those in swing states.
Oh, man.
Her background as an attorney general should help to moderate perceptions of her as too liberal, which is a charge that is often lobbed at black candidates. However, Harris's toughness is in many
Oh, look at this. Oh, what the fuck?
Her background as a prosecutor will also likely be used by the Trump campaign as a negative.
Oh, man, it's everywhere.
With incarceration of
Oh, fuck on.
a claim which has been widely overstated. And of course, we cannot forget the historic nature of her campaign. For some voters, the potential for Vice President Harris to be the first woman president will mobilize some voters.
This is going down a washing machine now.
While for other
Fucking right.
voters, it will mobilize them to turn out against her. It will be interesting to see how things play out.
Okay, Nick. So we talk about race. The other thing is the sex of the candidate, and this seems to me really matters, and matters in a way that's quite difficult for people to get their heads around. Because on the one hand, I mean, you've got the whole cat lady business from J.D. Vance, the Republican vice presidential candidate, who's being really castigated and made fun of among more modern people, if I can put it like that, over his suggestions in the past that women who don't have children are somehow not invested in the future, and indeed men as well. Families without children are kind of part of America's future, part of the world's future. And people really having a go at him for that. But on the other hand, it seems to me, still in American society, almost as salient as race, but perhaps less talked about, is sexism, actually, even misogyny, and a kind of sense that women, it's still wrong for women to be in charge. Is that putting it too strong?
Look, she's going to face the problem of misogyny, and she's going to face the problem of racism for sure. The gender issue is really interesting. Hillary Clinton had a huge problem with misogyny for sure in 2016, but she also had a problem persuading fellow women to vote for her. That traditionally has been a problem for female candidates in American history, even after the Access Hollywood tape emerged. Donald Trump managed to gain.
I'm pissed off with this. Look at this. I mean, fucking hell.
But why is that, Nick? Why?
Well, I think with Hillary Clinton, actually, it was her case was special. Hillary Clinton may have possibly lost the 2016 election in 1992, when she was forced to introduce herself to the American people in the most appalling of circumstances. You remember the interview she did with 60 Minutes ahead of the Super Bowl, so massive TV audience, and she sat there with Bill Clinton. He's facing these allegations of extramarital affairs from Jennifer Flowers, who he'd had an affair with in Arkansas, and she had to say, I'm not just some Tammy Wynette standing by my man. I think that really annoyed white working class women across America who had long memories. And I think that was a real problem for her in 2016 for sure. I mean, when the Access Hollywood tape came out, Justin, I thought it was game over. I thought that election was hers.
Yeah. And this is just to be clear, this is the tape where he's talking about
That's
right. Yeah.
And but if you look at the sort of exit polling afterwards, Hillary Clinton just got a small majority of white college-educated women. I mean, after Access Hollywood, you'd have thought that would be in the sort of 70s or 80%, but she only just squeaked it with college-educated white women. And again, that speaks of the problem. It wasn't just misogyny that Bill Clinton had a problem with.
I'm gonna wear my
It was.
I do like this. These are my LA, Los Angeles fucking trainer.
She did
There we
win
go,
the
look at
nationwide vote by 3 million.
that.
And ordinarily, that would have translated into an electoral college win. If you win that big in a popular vote, you generally win the electoral college. And that proves to me that America is ready for a female president. You just hope those votes.
Oh man, I'm fucking so annoyed. I kebab on my fucking t-shirt.
But they're not, are they? That's
Oh,
the point.
fuck it.
So Kamala Harris now has.
I should have known that was going to
I
happen.
hear about this because this is something I remember being very striking in your first book. To go back to your books, which is where we should finish as well as end. It's only right that we do so.
Oh.
It is really striking, isn't it?
Oh, fuck it. I ain't got time for that shit.
Kamala Harris is catching up. She's kind of neck and neck in the national polls now, maybe in 1 or 2 polls.
I just want reality, you
That's
know.
not enough,
Fucking,
is it? That is not
you know, radios when they have chats and all that. You know, yeah, well, now for this tune and that tune and this tune, but no, it's just that's continuous fucking music. I'm just gonna go straight to sleep on it. Listen to that again.
Very close attention to Pennsylvania. And on the night votes are coming in, I'm going to be looking at the suburbs around Philadelphia. I'm going to be looking at the suburbs around Milwaukee and Detroit. These are where these suburban women live who want to decide presidential elections, and they are going to be so key in this moment. And I think Kamala Harris's superpower in this election
I've got power. I can rock that.
is her ability to bring out the worst of Donald Trump.
The other side of the flip side of that is
That's it. Yes.
she could bring out the worst of him
Wow.
and do better in the suburbs. But he could also potentially bring out the worst of her, as he did with Hillary Clinton when she talked about his supporters as being a basket of deplorables, and it balances out because she then loses.
Everybody go to sleep. Go to sleep.
In other areas
That's it.
of those
That's the way. Oh my
states,
God.
not the suburbs, where people think, the heck, I'm just going to like this. Well, she doesn't like me. That's the point, isn't it?
I've got no fucking money. It's crazy.
Like me, particularly as a man.
Yeah, and talking
Ah.
about what
If I had showed you my feet, I maybe you would give me some quids. Right? Some people like feet, don't they? I mean,
you know, often he's kind of misremembered as this sort of crusading liberal. He thought a pretty moderate.
I just don't beg for money. I just don't do it. That's it. It's really weird. It's I don't ask for nothing.
Carter and moderate. He won in 7. Clinton, 92, 96.
I think because I don't want people to be upset because they got no money because they have to give me money. So I don't really bother to ask.
But then, of course, Barack Obama comes along again.
Oh, this is crazy.
He was this crusading liberal, but really
In you go, motherfucker.
moderate. I think
Oh yeah, come on.
That's how you win elections.
Come on.
As a Democrat.
That's it. It's in. It's in. Fucking yes.
Next, it's so
Oh.
difficult. Your last book, we've mentioned it pretty generally, but not in the terms of it all.
Oh, yeah.
We've actually made it, didn't it, onto a pile of
That's
books.
right. Actually, yeah, that's fine. I'll be alright in a minute. Walking around on my feet. Yeah, I'll say what I'm fucking on. It's fine. Oh. A Facebook cup of tea.
Or he finds it so fascinating that he constantly keeps referencing it. Look, he's passed the torch. I hope, you know, maybe he'll pass the torch.
Some of this, whatever it is.
The Forever War, which I hope he'll read as well.
That's not too bad, I suppose.
As it always is.
All right, I think.
Thanks a lot for sparing us the time.
Oh, it's my pleasure, Justin.
Oh, do you know what? I've been buying these happy snacks, right? And now I'm thinking all these goodie bags would do. I mean, maybe I should pack a packet of those in there as well. So everyone can look and say, oh, look, they're happy snacks. I'm happy as it goes, yeah, because I've got this, I've got that, I've got this, I've got that. In the bags, you know. But like I said, I mean, fucking my ideas don't seem to work, does it? I mean, because no one really gives a fuck. Well, I know the families do like what I do, and this is it. I mean, I says to people, right, fucking everyone do what I'm doing. If you do what I'm doing, the families will be happy. Everyone will calm down. There won't be no fucking troubles anywhere, really.
Tuesday, Sunday night.
There won't be fucking kids killing kids and all that. Fucking no way. I mean,
That seemed that most back then could be quite heavy.
why do kids do that? Why do they go killing people? I mean, it's a bit fucking mental, isn't it? I reckon that person's got a mental disorder, all right? He's pretty fucked up.
For Monday, we have this area of low pressure almost in situ.
It should be fucking sectioned forever and never let it ever go at all, not ever. He's a fucking dangerous kid.
Windy day to come to northern and western Scotland, some heavy rain at times.
I'm thinking about the little prick all the time. Fucking little bastard.
Eastern Scotland, certainly England and Wales can stay mostly dry. There's some spells of sunshine.
It's sad, really, you know.
20s in Celsius, a warm and muggy across Scotland. Tuesday night, we see that weather front crossing the country.
You know, I was talking to Africa as well, right? And fucking the black blokes in there, right? They were all right. We were having a good time, and I was singing One Love and this bullshit, right? And showing them my bucket hats and all that, right? Yeah, but I mean, fucking hell, that big fucking chunky motherfucker was just like, 1 minute he was smiling, and then he was going, looking like, right? And I thought, what the fuck, man? Have you got a mental problem or what? I mean, fucking hell, mate.
So again, it's going to be a blustery day on Wednesday for Scotland, maybe the far north festival in Northern Ireland, with a few showers further south. Stay dry with very little cloud coming and going, and some spells of sunshine. Again, low to mid 20s in the south, and some low 20s in the north. And as we end the week, we hold on to that theme with low pressure always thinking.
I reckon people all around the world have got to calm the fuck down, sort their brains out, and fucking trying to get power over everyone else all the fucking time. It's a load of bollocks. I'm awake now.
Because I just caught a whiff of frankincense, which, of course, was one of the main things that was traded by the Nabateans. Smells amazing.
The carpet. A massive bit of ice falling.
I'm not going nowhere. I'm staying in this place. I'm just going to die in this place. So I don't give a fuck. I just don't feel like travelling. I used to travel, but now I don't. Fucking not at all. You try getting sectioned and then you fucking don't want to go anywhere. I mean, well, first of all, you can't go anywhere. And then after fucking 18 years, you decide not to bother going anywhere. NHS only compensation, they won't fucking pay me nothing, the little bastards. Fucking little cunts. I want to kill them. No, I won't kill no one. I won't kill no one. But I'll always slag off the NHS forever. I've got another 20 years maybe, and then I might die then. I don't know. But like I say, fucking, I don't want to live with all this hate inside me. You know, it's terrible, really.
Delta wave of COVID devastated India, and I think
I was giving my goodie bags. I was giving these LCD tablets out to different people, right? And I was sat next to this Chinese lady, right? I was like, do you know what? I actually like a Chinese, and well, yeah, it's quite mad, really.
another person came up and asked if we'd like to buy their child. The desperation is hard to put in words. Many of the stories we've had to tell are distressing.
They're in the fucking desert. I mean, fucking, I'm never going to go to the desert anyway. We can say, someone come and get Andy and we can stick him out there in the desert. I mean, that's probably the best bet, I reckon. Oh, what's this? BBC, people not happy with BBC. That's the way it is. I mean, I call them the bad boy crew because they come out with so much shit. It's crazy. Yeah. And then they repeat everything fucking over and over and over again. So it's just not that good, is it, really? 3700, 100, 100. Yeah, fucking, it's in my fucking brain, it is, you motherfuckers. How can I forget that number? I mean, fucking hell. You say it all the fucking time, every fucking day, all the time. 3700, 100. What, 100, yeah. What are the bollocks, isn't it?
Live from Washington, this is BBC News. The Lebanese armed group Hezbollah says it's launched dozens of rockets at Israel. event as the UK and US urged their citizens to leave Lebanon because of fears of an all-out war. And bricks and bottles are thrown at police as far-right rallies turn violent in England and Northern Ireland.
Northern Ireland and England. There's a bit man. Wow.
Hello, I'm Carl Masson.
Do you know what? I'm gonna try and be who I've always been. Quite a happy chap. Not into hate or anything really.
30 rockets were fired into communities in northern Israel, one of which landed in the town of Beth Hillel. The army said
Ireland and fucking England. We're all pissed off and upset, you know. But we can tell you what's been happening. I mean,
Iran has promised to retaliate against Israel.
I told my taxi driver, I said I don't want to listen to the radio sometimes because it sounds fucking shit. It just does. And I tell them I goes back into the 90s and I play fucking hardcore and how to scout and that shit.
Telling them to leave Lebanon available. These are crowds of passengers that were queuing at Beirut Airport's departure terminal. The UK government has also called for British nationals in warning that the situation could deteriorate. Our diplomatic correspondent Caroline Hawley says that special flights might be needed so everyone there can.
The Foreign Secretary today was blunt. He said, leave now. Now, David Lammy was in Beirut this week with the new Defence Secretary. He said the situation could deteriorate rapidly. He said the consequences could be catastrophic. They hope that people will leave by commercial flights, which are still operating, but the government is now gearing up for a possible evacuation if that's needed. And to that end, they're sending extra military personnel, they're sending extra consulate official and border force staff to the region. It's contingency planning. They won't say how many people are going or where, but the last evacuation from Lebanon when there was a war in 2006, that was by boat to Cyprus, which is very close to Lebanon, where there's already a British Army presence. Now, the statement issued by the government today said that 2 military ships are already in the region and the RAF is putting helicopters on standby. The government is still hoping for a diplomatic solution for de-escalation, but fears are growing that if and when Hezbollah retaliates for that killing, Israel will attack Lebanon hard.
How many times have I said?
In the Middle East, Israel
Look at this,
school compound in Gaza City.
I've said fucking 1,000 times. Fucking get these made, right? Put them on and walk around and just let everyone see you're friendly and not fucking nasty or horrible or anything.
Shows emergency crews carrying away charred
If
bodies.
only the whole world could do the same and fucking calm the whole fucking planet, you know, by wearing a family-friendly cap.
Media office said that the school was sheltering displaced people. Israel's military claims the school served as a Hamas command center, which Hamas denies. An emergency official said that there were 2 strikes on the school, and the first came without warning.
The occupation army targeted the school without prior warning, which led
Yeah, what about my house? They targeted me. They fucking dragged me around the
were able
country.
to transport some of the martyrs and injured, but not all of them, because the enemy contacted one of the people at the school and told him to
I come here
evacuate
to
the entire
rest,
school.
you know what I mean? And fucking
Withdrew from the area
try and
the
relax.
school
I've
was
been lifting
targeted
pianos all over the country and putting making families happy with music and everything. And fucking hell, I try to rest and fucking hell. Yeah, oh, fucking hell.
Boys, extra jets and warships there.
I don't even like this country anymore. I don't fucking like it here at all. But like I said, I'll stay here because I was born here.
What's
This is
your
it.
reaction to that developing news we're getting in now? Dozens of rockets being fired by Hezbollah towards Israel.
That is exactly what was expected. And in fact, that is exactly what Hassan Nasrallah and other Hezbollah commanders, as well as Iran, have basically announced since first the assassination of Fuad Shukr in Beirut, but then later the assassination of Ismail Haniyeh in Tehran. We are likely to see a lot more escalation as well. The Ayatollah basically promised
Escalate this, yeah. Fucking hell, it's quite simple, isn't it? Just make these, hand them out, give them to people around the world, and say like,
that
you know,
there will
fucking
be
put this on, it's still
retaliation,
good,
not
go
only
on.
against military targets in Israel, but also civilian targets. The word of the day amongst Hezbollah supporters and Hezbollah, but also Iran, is revenge. This is what we're seeing and hearing, and that was very much expected. But of course, calls for de-escalation are also rampant across the region.
And it really has appeared on the part of Hezbollah, on the part of Israel, even Iran, when we saw
I sold a drone for fucking $12.99. It's mad. That's all I got. I mean, fucking, I can believe it.
A larger conflict.
eBay's fucking mental.
Do you get the sense that is still true now?
I think that is still true, but of course there are developments on the ground that took place, namely in the last few days, that changed the calculus. And this is part of the calculation and miscalculation formula that we've also discussed, that any sort of ad hoc move or any mistake or any miscalculation could eventually lead to all-out regional war, which everyone wants to avoid. There is fatigue in the region, across the region, not only amongst the people of the region who are watching.
Yeah, there's all them doctors' outfits. Right, children will be dressed up in doctors' outfits and police officers and all that.
The suffering
Kids,
of the Palestinian people, particularly in
They'll be putting it all on and they'll be like, this is great.
to see this expand
Mum,
further
Dad, I
to
think I'll be a
Lebanon,
policeman when I get
which
older.
is a country
Or
that
I'll be a
is,
doctor
of
when I get
course,
older.
has its own challenges, from a political stalemate
Because I've
to
bought all these
economic
fucking
distress.
outfits for the kids.
So this is the last thing that
out of the money I'll get.
Clearly, there are worries in the United States, amongst the US administration, and of course we've heard from the UK as well, that things may go out of control. And the key now is to focus on intensive diplomatic efforts and a lot of back channeling to ensure that there's a political solution to this conflict.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of that happen in recent days. Marissa, we've seen that rocket attack now, and of course, this is nothing new. We've seen plenty of rocket fire in the many months since October 7th. But just remind us again about Hezbollah and what kind of military capabilities it does have should it wish to launch a larger attack.
Hezbollah has very significant military capabilities, and it, of course, surpasses the military capabilities of Hamas, which, of course, the IDF have been laser focused on in Gaza. And perhaps there is a little bit more confidence that now, with the assassination of Haniya, as well as Mohammed Deif in Gaza, that Hamas's capabilities have been severely limited. But Hezbollah is a completely different animal in this game, with significant capabilities and missiles. And its main patron, Iran, remains to be fully supportive of them all the way. And so this is why this basically represents a significant existential threat to Israel. But as things wind down in Gaza, the hope is that things do not escalate further in Lebanon. But it seems that the two assassinations that we've witnessed, particularly that Ismail Haniyeh was assassinated in the heart of Tehran, could really unfold in a way that none of the regional leaders, as well as the United States and others in Europe, want to see the Middle East move forward.
To our other top story now, and more than 80 people have been arrested after far-right demonstrations descended into violence across several UK towns and cities on Saturday. Prime Minister Keir Starmer pledged his, quote, full support to police to tackle what he called extremists attempting to sow hate. Police have been on alert in a string of cities in England and Northern Ireland. Several police are reportedly injured. Tensions have been high after days of unrest fueled by online disinformation about the fatal stabbing of 3 girls in Southport on Monday. Saturday's disturbances come after a violent night in Sunderland on Friday when 4 police officers were hospitalized and 12 people arrested. Home Secretary Yvette Cooper condemned the violence, emphasizing that those involved will be held to account.
Criminal violence and disorder has no place on Britain's streets. We've been clear to the police that they have our full backing in taking the strongest possible action against perpetrators, including making sure that there are more prosecutors, there are sufficient prison places, and also that the courts stand ready, because anyone who engages in this kind of disorder needs to be clear that they will pay the price.
Our reporter has been covering some of those protests in Liverpool, and he sent us this report.
Across many towns and cities, the police have been stretched, fighting running battles. This was the scene in Blackpool this afternoon. And here's how protests turned to violence in Hull City Centre. There have been injuries, but mostly to police officers. They struggled to maintain order in Liverpool, where two counter-demonstrations clashed near the waterfront. Anti-fascist protesters confronted around 1,000 from the far right, chanting anti-immigrant slogans.
The police are now forcing back the anti-fascist demonstrators and are trying to create a bit of space between the two sides.
Watch how this motorbike officer was treated. Merseyside police described this as serious disorder, and the Home Secretary is promising action nationwide.
We will give the police all the backing that they need in the actions that they are taking in response to this criminal disorder and thuggery, because it has no place on Britain's streets. That's why we're ensuring that there are additional prosecutors in place this weekend, that the courts stand ready.
There are people in custody. This was Leeds. And another far-right demonstration in Manchester led to further arrests. Northern Ireland's been affected too. There were street protests in Belfast. The police are under pressure, but some are accusing them of double standards. Listen to this officer outside a mosque in Stoke. If there's any weapons, get rid of them, he appears to say. We're not going to make any arrests. But racist chants and anti-Islamic slogans have also been widespread in these protests. Sunderland saw serious rioting last night after a far-right demonstration erupted and a number of police officers were injured there. Today they were clearing up and assessing the damage.
During the course of the evening, our officers were met with serious and sustained levels of violence. This was not a protest. This was unforgivable violence and disorder.
Police are braced for more of this. There are further protests planned in coming days. The demonstrations are spreading, and so is the violence. Tonight, the streets of Liverpool are alight, and many people are desperately asking what any of this has to do with events in Southport this week. Dan Johnson, BBC News, Liverpool.
The Venezuelan president, Nicolas Maduro, says he will not accept the opposition's attempt to usurp the presidency as protests continue across the country. Venezuela's opposition leader, Maria Corina Machado, led a mass rally in Caracas on Saturday. She was defying government calls for her arrest. She urged her supporters to continue protesting peacefully and said Maduro's government has lost all legitimacy since the disputed presidential election. Ms. Machado went into hiding earlier this week after accusing the ruling party of defrauding the opposition candidate Edmundo Gonzalez of a clear victory. The U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken spoke with the opposition on Friday. He said in a statement, quote, "Given the overwhelming evidence, it's clear to the United States and most importantly to the Venezuelan people that Edmundo Gonzalez won the most votes." An analysis by the Associated Press of vote sheets released by the opposition suggests that indeed, Edmundo Gonzalez received 6.89 million votes. That would be nearly 500,000 more than the government says Mr. Maduro won. More than 1,000 opposition demonstrators have been arrested since protests began. Here's a bit now of what Ms. Machado told her supporters.
The world knows they intend to forcefully withhold the result. 6 days later, they have not handed over a single record. The period has expired and no pseudo-legal maneuver can cover up the truth. The truth is in our tallies and the fact is in our hearts.
Well, this week saw the largest prisoner exchange between Russia and the West since the Cold War. 24 people from 7 different countries returned home on Thursday, including 3 Americans. But some U.S. citizens are still being held abroad, including in Russian prisons. President Biden says he'll continue to pressure Russia to release Americans who are not part of that deal. One of those still detained in Russia is Mark Fogel. The 63-year-old school teacher from Pennsylvania was arrested in 2021 on smuggling charges and is serving a 14-year sentence. You can see him here in this video on the right at a Russian airport where he was found to be carrying a small amount of medical marijuana. His family has urged the Biden administration to do more to bring him home. Earlier, I spoke to his sister, Ann Fogel, who says she's hopeful about his chance of coming home.
You know, I'm clinging to whatever hope I can. So yes, to a certain degree, and you know, the administration pulled off a masterful, incredible swap, and they should be congratulated. And I'm very happy for the return of Paul and Evan and Alsu. I just wish my brother was among them.
When you speak with your brother, do you get a sense of his condition there? You mentioned, you know, he's able to follow the news. You're able to talk with him. How's he doing?
Well, this is especially difficult because it comes on the heels of 21 days in a prison hospital for him. He was released on the 21st, which ironically is the day that they, I guess, formalized the list of who was coming home. But Mark was in a prison hospital, which is not actually, I'm not certain that it's really a hospital at all. But he was given many shots, injections, and drugs. And they did an ultrasound of his liver. And of course, he doesn't speak Russian and there are no translators. So it was very alarming for him. And it's the fourth time that he's been in a hospital like that. So I think he is, I think he's really been really slammed by this news and is having a very difficult time right now.
Well, former U.S. President Donald Trump has congratulated Russian President Vladimir Putin on that prisoner swap with the U.S. Mr. Trump said that the exchange in which those 3 American citizens were freed was a, quote, horrible deal for the U.S., and the comments came seemingly unprompted at a rally in Atlanta, Georgia.
By the way, I'd like to congratulate Vladimir Putin for having made yet another great deal. Did you see the deal we made? Now, look, we want to get people in. You know, we got 59 hostages. I never paid anything. They released some of the greatest killers anywhere in the world, some of the most evil killers they got, and we got our people back. But boy, we make some horrible deals, and it's nice to say we got them back. But does that set a bad precedent?
The BBC has started removing Hugh Edwards from archive footage after the former newsreader pleaded guilty over images that showed child sex abuse. It comes as the Sunday Times reported that a woman who twice complained to the BBC about Edwards is having therapy paid for by the corporation. A BBC spokesperson said it always investigated complaints fully and provided support to those involved. It's also emerged that the former chair of the BBC publicly thanked Edwards for his contribution to the organization despite knowing that he had been arrested in November. Our reporter, Gwyn Loader, has more.
Dame Ellen Closs-Stevens was appointed interim chair of the BBC in June last year, just weeks before the Sun newspaper first published allegations about Mr. Edwards' private life. Now, to be clear, those allegations were completely separate to the recent criminal charges brought against him, didn't lead to any criminal investigation. But referring to those allegations on a Welsh language radio programme, Dame Ellen referred to the now disgraced newsreader as poor Hugh. She also went on to praise what she deemed to be his huge contribution. Now, in a statement to me, she has confirmed that she was aware that Edwards had been arrested in November last year, but says she wasn't aware of the details which have emerged in court on Wednesday this week, and said she is horrified by those details and that her thoughts are with the children whose images are so central to this story. I did ask her whether she was made aware of the nature of the police investigation into Edwards in November last year. She hasn't answered that question. Neither has she answered my question whether she stands by the comments made on that radio program. But there will be people asking whether she was wise to publicly praise someone she knew at the very least had been arrested in November last year.
Well, the second weekend of the Olympic Games is underway in Paris. Sprinter Julian Alfred brought home gold, winning St. Lucia's first ever Olympic medal. She raced to victory in the women's 100-meter final, where she set a national record. American track star Sha'Carri Richardson secured the silver, while fellow Team USA athlete Melissa Jefferson won the bronze medal. Earlier, American gymnast Simone Biles came in first in the women's vault, collecting her third gold medal of these games. And the Algerian boxer Amani Khalif beat her Hungarian opponent in the quarterfinals to guarantee herself a spot on the podium. For more, I spoke to senior writer for The Athletic, Matthew Futterman, who's been following all the events from Paris. Matthew, it's great to talk with you. There was just so much action today. I want to start off at the swimming pool, the USA's Katie Ledecky with an incredible performance and really entering the history books with her latest medal.
Yeah, it's a pretty incredible thing. Just the longevity. She started when she was just a teenager and sort of a young teenager too. I think she was about 15 years old when she won this event, the 800 meters, for the first time in London. At the time, it was sort of, who is this girl? She sort of came out of nowhere and upset the British champion. But now she's become just about the greatest female Olympian out there, certainly the greatest female swimmer who has ever competed at this level.
Yeah, the most decorated American female Olympian athlete of all time. Just absolutely incredible. To the track and field, which is now getting into full swing, a lot of fun stuff going on, but I guess you might say a bit of surprise in the women's 100 meters.
I do think that is a surprise. Yes, Sha'Carri Richardson was definitely the favorite. She's been the fastest woman in the world this year. But she was upset. She ended up with the silver medal, lost to Julian Alfred of St. Lucia, of all places. Runners from the West Indies have historically performed terrifically on the international stage. Many of them, I say most of them, end up at American colleges where they train and get top coaching, and that's what Alfred has done. She was at the University of Texas. 23 years old, I believe, and she, just ran a great race. Sha'Carri ran a terrific race too, but she was just a little slow out of the blocks. I think she ran, like 10.89 seconds. I bet if you had asked her if her time would win, she probably would have said yes, but Alfred was just lights out. She ran like 10.72, which is just a tenth of a second or so off Flojo's record from ages ago.
Yeah, and the first gold medal for St. Lucia, a country, as you mentioned, pretty small, only 180,000 people that live there. We have to mention, as many people call her, the GOAT, the greatest of all time, Simone Biles in the gymnastics, winning her 10th Olympic medal, her third gold of the Games, this time in the vault.
I think what's so incredible about Simone Biles in this situation is 3 years ago, she had just a really rocky Olympics in Tokyo, and she essentially had, panic attacks and was just overcome by fear. They call it the twisties in gymnastics, and getting over that and deciding to come back. This is a sport where women, they're still girls often when they retire. But when women do not compete in as many Olympics as Simone Biles has, and she has been so good for so long, and just shows no signs of tailing off. I don't know if this is going to be her last Olympics. There's a home Olympics in 4 years. At this point, it's pretty hard to see why she would stop.
Will we see Simone Biles in Los Angeles in 2028? That would be really the scene. Speaking of scenes, Matthew, one of the most unique things I think about this Olympics in Paris has been some of the settings that the city has utilized. I mean, we saw the fencing, this really incredible grand room where they're doing the fencing there, but also the triathlon, swimming in the River Seine. I know that you were there to watch it. There was doubts about whether or not this would actually happen. How did the triathlon events actually turn out?
They turned out great. It was great to watch, great to be a spectator, a little rough if you were a triathlete. And the reason actually wasn't the murkiness and the pollution in the river, although we might find out about that in a few days if some runners get sick. But the problem was the current. There was a very strong current in the river that day, and so the swimmers were going on a sort of loop, and they had to loop twice around, and they started out swimming west, and then they turned back east. And one of the triathletes was telling me afterwards, she felt like she was swimming on a treadmill. She was actually concerned that they were going to have to stop the race because the strong current was going so strong. But they plowed through, they made it, and it was, an absolutely spectacular race to watch, swimming in the Seine and then cycling and running past, so many of the iconic sites in, really one of the world's most beautiful cities.
Matthew, very briefly, about 20 seconds left, but what are you watching for now this weekend?
I mean, I'm a tennis guy, and Sunday is Carlos Alcaraz against Novak Djokovic. I don't know how many more times these two players are going to play. One is the greatest of all time. The other one might eventually be the greatest of all time. And it's this great intergenerational matchup between Djokovic and Alcaraz, but also, because it's the Olympics, between Spain and Serbia.
More soon. Stay with us on BBC.
Hello there. For part two of the weekend, it looks like low pressure will be affecting more northwestern parts of the country, whereas further south, thanks to the ridge of high pressure, we should see a lot of dry and settled weather. Quite a bit of cloud around on Sunday, but some sunny spells here and there, and conditions turning wetter and windier thanks to this area of low pressure across Northern Ireland and Western Scotland as we go through the day. But much of central and eastern Scotland, England and Wales, quite a bit of cloud, like I mentioned, but also some sunny breaks here and there, and pleasantly warm, high teens to low 20s from north to south across the country. Now, it'll be turning windier and wetter across the northwest of the UK as we head through Sunday night. Rain really started to pile into Northern Ireland, certainly across Scotland and Western Scotland, seeing that most of that rain, so the rain could be quite heavy, perhaps even thundery in a few places. But we'll be drawing up some warm and muggy air. So by Monday morning, areas starting off with temperatures around the mid-teens. For Monday, we have this area of low pressure almost in situ to the northwest of the UK, with this weather front bringing further heavy rain to the north and west, scooping up this very warm and humid air from the near continent. So a wet, windy day to come for northern and western Scotland, some heavy rain at times. Could see some disruption across western Scotland. For parts of eastern Scotland, certainly England and Wales, it can stay mostly dry with some spells of sunshine and feeling warm and humid, mid to high 20s in Celsius, and warm and muggy across Scotland. Tuesday night, we see that weather front crossing the country. Some of the rain could be heavy, maybe thundery on it, even as it pushes towards eastern areas. It'll take its time to clear the southeast on Tuesday, so rather cloudy, some spots of rain behind it. The air turns fresher again, with plenty of sunshine, a few showers for western Scotland and Northern Ireland. Temperatures 19 to 24 or 25 degrees. So those valleys coming back down again with lower humidity. So move out to Tuesday into Wednesday. Low pressure affects the northern half of the country again. Stronger winds, outbreaks of rain, higher pressure towards the south. So again, it's going to be a blustery day on Wednesday for Scotland, maybe the far northwest of England, Northern Ireland, with a few showers. Further south, then stay dry with variable cloud coming and going, and some spells of sunshine. Again, low to mid 20s in the south, high teens, low 20s in the north. And as we end the week, we hold on to that theme with low pressure always bringing more cloud and rain at times to the north of the UK. Higher pressure continues to bring more settled and warmer conditions further south.
Ukraine is just about holding the front here, while the Russians have launched this fresh assault.
Everywhere you look, there are uprooted trees, there are bits of building, and the destruction is just in every direction.
Incendiary drones were dropped here. You know this was a military junta because the rebels don't have that kind of weaponry.
When you can hear the tear gas canisters being lobbed at the protesters.
There when the story breaks. BBC News. Follow on the app.
From Burnley to Buckingham Palace, from war zones to Washington, D.C., I've had tough conversations with some brilliant people that have just transformed my outlook. I always want to bring different voices together to create a safe space for open debate where differing worldviews can be heard and challenged without breaking the trust of those who tell us their stories. I'm Christian Fraser, on The Context for BBC News.
Be ready. Change can happen in an instant. Check on the BBC Weather app. This is BBC News. We'll have the headlines for you at the top of the hour, which is straight after this programme.
So essentially, it's how do we live well on this planet without destroying it? It's a simple question.
We are saturated, no, holding information of talking of the problem. How can we have spaces to look towards the solution?
We've all heard it before. To create a sustainable world, we must move away from fossil fuels and embrace green technology. But what if technology alone isn't enough?
People are dying, and all you can talk about is money and fairy tales of eternal economic growth. How dare you!
What if solving the issues of climate change demands a more profound systemic change? A group of activists and academics argue that infinite economic growth on our finite planet is a dangerous illusion. Their bold solution? Degrowth.
We are trying to teach people the importance of building social, economic, and environmental links with people around you.
So moving to this project gave me a lot of stability. I know that I'm going to have here 40 people that will be there for me.
It takes two kinds of work. It takes social, political, organization work, but also it takes a cultural shift.
Is it time to embrace more radical solutions, or are we risking too much?
All of our experience historically has been that if the economy shrinks for a period of time, that results in big increases in poverty.
I think degrowth underestimates the power of innovation. Degrowth underestimates the need for investment, and degrowth underestimates the social feasibility of what they propose.
There's no necessary contradiction between social and ecological objectives, but it does require a pretty radical transformation of the way we think about the economy and structure it.
In 1972, a group of researchers published a book titled The Limits to Growth. The first conclusion was the following. If the present growth trends in world population, industrialization, pollution, food production, and resource depletion continue unchanged, the limits to growth on this planet will be reached sometime within the next 100 years. The book sparked a heated debate at the time, but also inspired a generation of scholars who started questioning the benefits of an ever-expanding economy. Professor Joan Martínez-Celiev is considered one of the godfathers of degrowth and the founder of the Barcelona School of Ecological Economics. He began writing about the links between the economy and the environment in the 80s.
Economic theory was based just on prices and markets and not on the real substance of the economy, which is the material flows and the energy flows. So my book was doing a kind of history of these critiques of the economy, and it was the first book with the title Ecological Economics, because the growth comes partly from ecological economics. Then in 2008, they had the idea of having in France a meeting in English about degrowth.
The degrowth movement, which began in France as décroissance and was inspired by thinkers like Serge Latouche, is now spreading worldwide, becoming popular in countries like Japan, the UK, and Spain. In Barcelona, it is being embraced by academics, grassroots movements, and activists.
Degrowth is a radical proposal to, let's say, pull the emergency brake on a train that is going to the precipice. So it's a call to stop this pursuit of endless compound geometric growth for growth's sake. But it isn't like a call to destroy the economy. It's not a call for permanent recession. It's a call for doing things differently and in a way that human needs come first, human and ecosystem needs.
So basically, on the existing trajectory we're headed on, we're facing a very strong likelihood of pretty devastating ecological breakdown. which is occurring already. The main alternatives to this scenario are basically one, the kind of eco-fascist scenario where energy constraints are imposed on the working classes and on the poor in the global south, right? The other alternative is some kind of transition to a post-growth, post-capitalist economy, where we know that we're able to ensure good lives for all, while also achieving our ecological objectives.
Welcome to La Bruguera de Púbol. This is our guest house and environmental teaching space. Here we have a guest house business. We have a retreat center. We have our own family home. We have a field there where we're doing regenerative agricultural experiments. And we have all of this forest where people come to reconnect with nature. So we're really transparent about how we run this place on the principles of degrowth and the principles of permaculture. So this is our composting toilet. So we try to give people a sort of humorous, lighthearted video that takes them on the walk that we just did to get here and asks them to make a contribution mixed with wood chips. In 2 years, their poo is a healthy, pathogen-free compost called humanure that can be used to fertilize fruit trees and all these sorts of things here. We like to convey the idea that an abundant life doesn't necessarily have to be one that's full of consumerism and loads of stuff. So it does demand a lifestyle change, but it, in theory, shouldn't be one that bothers many people. But it's getting people out of what is basically a trap.
And one of the main traps we are in now, degrowthers argue, is actually the very way we measure our economies using GDP or gross domestic product.
Yeah, GDP is interesting. It's a really bad measure of an economy. It counts the market value of everything we produce, but it does not count the social and ecological costs of production.
If you do damage to the environment and you have to repair that, then the repair costs are increasing the GDP, but the damages are not calculated. So it looks as if doing damage and repairing it is good for the economy and good for progress.
It is a fetish to the extent that we think that, oh, the economy grew 2 or 3%, so that's something good for all of us. That's not the case necessarily.
For decades already, experts, economists, and national accountants have reported about the shortcomings of GDP. Politicians are aware of it too, but still little is changing. And I think that is because we are addicted to GDP.
The economic growth is stronger than we had during the Trump administration.
Be prepared to make enemies to make the economy grow.
Yes, this is a party of wealth creation, of growth.
If we win it, this country is going to be boomtown. It's going to be booming like it never boomed before.
Because right now the idea is, effectively, let's just chase GDP growth, ever-increasing levels of production, and hope that this magically solves our social and ecological crises, which it never does. We need a more rational approach to how we manage the economy. It's like being on an airplane that, simply in order to stay in the air, has to continue to accelerate. I mean, you don't want to be on that machine. It's extremely dangerous.
For me, when we talk about degrowth with people who are actually unacquainted, my starter is always, how would you make your life a little bit more meaningful? And meaningfulness is very much obtained through our kind of nourishing empathy, helping others. Many groups don't necessarily tag themselves as degrowth, but you would see that their agenda, their way of being, and their kind of overall framework of reference is very much the one of degrowth.
Today was the first day of the Forum for the Eco-Social Transition. We tried to think how the future would look like in 2040. We try to advocate for what would be a degrowth scenario, but also being aware that we live in the global north, and a degrowth scenario would mean that we would have to change a lot of our lifestyle.
Advocates of degrowth believe that rich countries use more resources, which hurts the environment. The waste from these resources usually ends up in poorer countries. So even though it seems that rich countries are doing better, in reality, they are just passing the problems to others. The solution lies, degrowthers say, in dramatically reducing material and energy consumption in the global north while still focusing on people's well-being.
So Catalonia is a place where there's a story of the existence of cooperatives, which are economic enterprises that are not based on profit making for the accumulation of benefit, but actually that try to do their activity with the goal of satisfying need. We see this as a growing tendency. A clear example is the housing sector. Here, for example, it's quite a new tendency and it's growing a lot, definitely showing also that alternatives are possible.
Proponents of degrowth argue for a democratization of the economy and for collectively managing key resources like housing. They propose scaling up existing solutions like housing cooperatives.
I'm going to show you my place. There we are. So basically, when you get in, you already have kind of the living room together with the kitchen. So all the apartments have an open kitchen. The bedroom with a lot of light too. Basically, you have the right to use it for 75 years. And the good thing is that it's kind of protected. So in the sense that since I am not the owner, I won't be able to sell my apartment like in a couple of years, so that we cannot speculate with housing. So this is one of the biggest common spaces that we have in the ground floor. So basically here we do assemblies, we do birthday parties, we do dinners.
Apart from reducing the impact of energy and material-wise, we are also bonding community strengths. We are basically being more autonomous and working for getting that autonomy, which allow us to be less in the market system. So basically the architectural frame is a cooperative, also the construction company that has built this building. And the way that this works is that you are basically only paying for the material price and the salary price. There is no industrial benefit on that because it's for non-profit.
That's what we call the library of things. So we have many kinds of different things that we use from time to time. So we share them here. We have them here. We need them. We take them and we put them back. Normally in conventional apartments in Barcelona, what you get, is kind of a narrow corridors. While here, that's where you have like the entrance doors to all the different apartments. So it's really a place where kind of life in community happens a lot.
But what exactly are degrowthers proposing?
The main thing is we have to scale down less necessary forms of production, right? So let's have an open democratic conversation about what kinds of production we really do need to increase, right? Say things like solar panels and public transit, regenerative food supply, etc. I mean, we need these things. And then what forms of production are clearly destructive and actually not necessary for our society, right? So SUV production, private jet production, industrial beef, fast fashion, advertising, the military-industrial complex. I mean, there's huge portions of our productive system that are mobilized around goods and services that are actually not necessary for society and mostly exist to enrich elites, right?
Spending less on defense would, of course, prove controversial, and this approach would cost jobs. Jobs like the one Mike left behind.
This is something that we scare our guests with. In the supermarket, the mushrooms, these kinds of oyster mushrooms that you get there are almost always grown in grow bags. And we can make this happen completely naturally. We're increasingly told that we need technology for things. Oh, there's an app for that. We're sort of increasingly being pulled away from being, independent as people who can take care of themselves. I can't tell you how happy people are, even if they manage to grow one thing. It's mind-blowing for people. I remember what that was like. I was one of those people 25 years ago. I worked for almost 20 years as an urban designer. I wasn't blind to the fact that I was blatantly working within the real estate system, even though I was, a sustainability consultant. Yeah, you realize there's a materials blindness in what we ignore when we're studying sustainability, at least in the early 21st century, because none of these technologies that we as designers were being encouraged by their manufacturers to fit into our designs can be made without fossil fuels. I felt cheated. This was not something I was aware of. We're fighting against the idea that green growth is possible. We're trying to highlight that a bigger change than perhaps most people are comfortable with immediately is what's required.
But the economy called externalities, and they say that we could put a price in the externalities and close the economic circle. This is just imagination. It's not like this physically. And the calculations that we have is that only 10% of materials or less are recycled. 90% of what comes into the economy becomes waste.
So right now we know that as GDP growth continues, then our economy uses more materials and more energy and produces more emissions. And these are ecologically damaging, right? For decades, the idea has been let's try to decouple the two so that we can have ever increasing levels of GDP, continue our pursuit of growth and capital accumulation, while reducing material use and energy use and emissions and so on, right? And there's nothing wrong with that objective. Of course, I mean, decoupling is an important thing to try to achieve. The problem is that it's very limited, and right now there's a pretty strong scientific consensus that it's not occurring in the way that we would need it to in order to continue to pursue growth and meet our ecological objectives.
This time, I think, to think about scaling back and reducing our energy use and satisfying that with renewable energies in a decentralized, in a planned, in a careful way. This maybe could be possible, but thinking of the current gigantic system, 10 times bigger and serviced by renewables, starts getting in the sphere of fantastic, I think.
Degrowth economics champions social justice, arguing that market demands and social inequalities fuel the issues around climate change. It also argues that relentless global growth in production and consumption is not just unsustainable, but economically disastrous, especially for the most vulnerable.
So I teach people in the masters at ICTA and the degrowth masters, and I see that young people of 20s are much more aware of the tight linkages between what's happening in terms of environmental degradation, in terms of climate change, and social inequalities and injustices at global and local levels. So I think that awareness has increased tremendously, and that's why these fields now are becoming more prominent and people want to study and learn more.
There's a mix of excitement and stress and chaos.
And passion.
And a lot of passion.
A lot of
passion.
Right now, we are very, very close to opening the exhibition, which is our final project of the master in degrowth.
We have been working on creating an exhibition that is based on social transformations. How do we engage more people into joining actively or emotionally with social transformations into a more just and equal world?
We wanted to translate it to a language that is accessible to people who do not even know about these topics, and the possibilities of alternatives which exist. They exist on the ground, and there are so many. They're just not looked at.
I did an investigation about people's opinions around the topics of degrowth. I found that many people were also very, very in support of degrowth and these ideas. But I also found that maybe many people don't really grasp how much of a change that would entail, and also what their own tools are of changing something.
Look at what we have.
We think that one thing that's hindering social transformations is a lot that people are afraid of many things, afraid of change, afraid of destabilizing their life. And we always ask them one question is, do you feel secure? And that always ended up opening a conversation about what causes a form of security or insecurity, and always what they related that to.
Historically, cities have been divided by class, by race, by ethnicity. But what we see now is that this move towards building resilient cities, green cities, is accompanied by these, let's say, pervasive green divide that continues because of dynamics of what we call green gentrification. Barcelona is part of a larger study that we conducted of 28 cities, where we found that in 17 of those cities, greening is a contributor to gentrification, that is to the displacement of socially vulnerable residents due to different processes of real estate speculation, competitive urbanism. One of the conclusions of our study is the need to make public spaces really public again and being an amenity for everyone in the city. That is actually very closely connected to degrowth and to the role of the commons in people's lives.
Doing more equitable greening would be also involving people in the decisions taken about where to implement what. So being also very much about participatory democracy and decision making involving the most vulnerable people and so on.
This is such a comfort place for me. I can just come down here and putter for ages, bottling things or canning things. So we are brewing kombucha here, which is a fermented tea. We make marmalade with our bitter oranges. We have lemon verbena, fig jam. So these techniques are so simple, but we just don't do them anymore. Or we've allowed companies to do them for us. And we go to the yoga studio and we spend €8 on a bottle of kombucha after our yoga flow that cost us 28 euros. When we could have been making this almost for free in the basement. No one, especially someone in a kind of tourism role or an educational role, likes to be the bringer of bad news. Bad news often means that people shut themselves down. It's challenging to kind of ensure that we're delivering an optimism at the same time.
Critics of degrowth argue that it would cause huge changes to society and that it would make people worse off.
I think degrowth underestimates the power of innovation. Degrowth underestimates the need for investment that we need in new technology and in new solutions. And degrowth underestimates the social sort of feasibility of what they propose.
So growth was very successfully over many decades lifted large numbers of people out of poverty. That in and of itself is one of the reasons why you get in the way of economic growth at your peril.
In the UK, since 1990, we get 3 times the amount of economic prosperity out of a ton of CO2 than we did in 1990. So that's a big decoupling. The speed at which that has happened hasn't been sufficient, but we sort of are in the S curve, in the accelerating part of those technological changes, so things can speed up.
Especially with regard to the interpretation of degrowth as moving away from capitalism. I think, first of all, that's such a broad, big strategy with so many risks. We don't have good examples. What we have as examples is communist experiments in countries in the past that didn't work out very well, not in social liberty terms, not in economic terms, and not even in environmental terms.
Policies which would result in a smaller economy, unless staggeringly carefully implemented, would result in immiseration of large numbers of people. So you certainly need to accompany it with a dramatic experiment. Now, there may be ways of doing that, but that will be a very, very risky experiment indeed, in my view.
For people to organize for a better world, they also need to be able to connect to each other, to not be afraid of each other, to know how to cooperate.
Reducing your own material consumption, not throwing good food away, and these kind of things are very much ingrained in for everyone, kind of. But that this might need systemic change, that needs to be politically activated, or that needs stronger political participation. That was not so often in people's minds.
Degrowth is not an idea of how things should be and pushing everyone like a flock of birds or sheep into the same direction, But it's just building conversations upon how can we make an alternative future happen.
we do get a fair number of people who come here and go, look, I know that only 9% of my recycling gets recycled. So what can I do? It's helping those people see that small actions can cause behavioral contagion, but also possibly helping them be a little bit more radical in their choices and helping them feel like they're not trapped in the system as much as they might think they are.
So I've been living like in many different apartments in Barcelona, having to change like every 2-3 years because of the raise of rent. And now I know that if I want, I don't need to move any longer.
It's very clear that our political class is unable right now to resolve the contradictions of our economic system. And all sorts of competing ideas are rushing in to fill the void. It's urgent that we prioritize a sort of transition that is going to be just and ecological, not one that is going to be deeply inequitable, deeply destructive.
In May 2023, the EU Parliament hosted the Beyond Growth Conference in Brussels, emphasizing the need to change the current economic system. This event was viewed by many as a sign of mainstream support for some of the ideas of degrowth, shifting the movement from the periphery towards the center. But can degrowth really change the world, or would it greatly damage society? What is clear is time is running out, and urgent changes are needed if we want to safeguard the future of humanity.
Hello there. For part 2 of the weekend, it looks like low pressure will be affecting more northwestern parts of the country, whereas further south, thanks to the ridge of high pressure, we should see a lot of dry and settled weather. Quite a bit of cloud around on Sunday, but some sunny spells here and there, and conditions turning wetter and windier thanks to this area of low pressure across Northern Ireland and Western Scotland as we go through the day. But much of central and eastern Scotland, England and Wales, quite a bit of cloud, like I mentioned, but also some sunny breaks here and there, and pleasantly warm high teens to low 20s from north to south across the country. Now, it'll be turning windier and wetter across the northwest of the UK as we head through Sunday night. Rain really started to pile into Northern Ireland, certainly across Scotland and Western Scotland, seeing that most of that rain, so the rain could be quite heavy, perhaps even thundery in a few places. But we'll be drawing up some warm and muggy air. So by Monday morning, areas starting off with temperatures around the mid-teens. For Monday, we have this area of low pressure almost in situ to the northwest of the UK, with this weather front bringing further heavy rain to the north and west. We're scooping up this very warm and humid air from the near continent. So a wet, windy day to come for northern and western Scotland, some heavy rain at times. Could see some disruption across western Scotland. For parts of eastern Scotland, certainly England and Wales, it'll stay mostly dry with some spells of sunshine and feeling warm and humid, mid to high 20s in Celsius, and warm and muggy across Scotland. Tuesday night, we see that weather front crossing the country. Some of the rain could be heavy, maybe thundery on it, even as it pushes towards eastern areas. It'll take its time to clear the southeast on Tuesday, so rather cloudy, some spots of rain behind it. The air turns fresher again with plenty of sunshine, a few showers for western Scotland and Northern Ireland. Temperatures 19 to 24 or 25 degrees. So those values coming back down again with lower humidity. So move out to Tuesday into Wednesday. Low pressure affects the northern half of the country. Again, stronger winds, outbreaks of rain, higher pressure towards the south. So again, it's going to be a blustery day on Wednesday for Scotland, maybe the far northwest of England, Northern Ireland, with a few showers. Further south, tending to stay dry with variable cloud coming and going, and some spells of sunshine. Again, low to mid 20s in the south, high teens, low 20s in the north. And as we end the week, we hold on to that theme with low pressure always bringing more cloud and rain at times to the north of the UK. Higher pressure continues to bring more settled and warmer conditions further south.
Hello, live from London. This is BBC News. More than 90 people are arrested across the UK after far-right demonstrations descend into riots. The Lebanese armed group Hezbollah says it has launched dozens of rockets at Israel. That's as the UK and US urge their citizens to leave Lebanon because of fears of an all-out war. And Juliana Alfred storms the Olympic women's 100 meters title to make history as St. Lucia's first ever gold medalist. Hello, I'm Lucy Gray. Welcome to the programme. We begin in the UK, where more than 90 people have been arrested after far-right demonstrations descended into scenes of violence in towns and cities on Saturday. Prime Minister Keir Starmer said the police had his full support to tackle what he called extremists attempting to sow hate. In a string of cities in England and Northern Ireland, police have been on alert. Several forces reported officers being injured. It follows days of unrest after false information was spread online about the killing of 3 girls in Southport on Monday. More protests are planned for later today. Dan Johnson reports from Liverpool.
Across many towns and cities, the police have been stretched, fighting running battles. This was the scene in Blackpool this afternoon. And here's how protests turned to violence in Hull city centre. There have been injuries, but mostly to police officers. They struggled to maintain order in Liverpool, where 2 counter-demonstrations clashed near the waterfront. Anti-fascist protesters confronted around 1,000 from the far right, chanting anti-immigrant slogans.
The police are now forcing back the anti-fascist demonstrators and are trying to create a bit of space between the 2 sides.
Watch how this motorbike officer was treated. Merseyside police described this as serious disorder, and their Home Secretary is promising action nationwide.
We will give the police all the backing that they need in the actions that they are taking in response to this criminal disorder and thuggery, because it has no place on Britain's streets. That's why we're ensuring that there are additional prosecutors in place this weekend, that the courts stand ready.
There are people in custody. This was Leeds. And another far-right demonstration in Manchester led to further arrests. Northern Ireland's been affected too. There were street protests in Belfast. The police are under pressure, but some are accusing them of double standards. Listen to this officer outside a mosque in Stoke. If there's any weapons, get rid of them, he appears to say. We're not going to make any arrests. But racist chants and anti-Islamic slogans have also been widespread in these protests. Sunderland saw serious rioting last night after a far-right demonstration erupted and a number of police officers were injured there. Today they were clearing up and assessing the damage.
During the course of the evening, our officers were met with serious and sustained levels of violence. This was not a protest. This was unforgivable violence and disorder.
Police are braced for more of this. There are further protests planned in coming days. The demonstrations are spreading, and so is the violence. Tonight, the streets of Liverpool are alight, and many people are desperately asking what any of this has to do with events in Southport this week. Dan Johnson, BBC News, Liverpool.
And yesterday's scenes of violence dominate the front pages of Sunday's newspapers here in the UK. Sunday Times writes, riots engulf Britain, warning that courts could sit overnight to prevent the number of arrests made during the demonstrations overwhelming them. The Telegraph also leads on the court, saying the government will meet senior members of the judiciary about bringing in emergency measures. The Mail on Sunday says the UK is facing what the paper calls a summer of discontent. And the Observer repeats the government's warning that rioters will pay the price for the wave of violence sweeping the UK. And Home Secretary Yvette Cooper said the police would have the government's full support to take the strongest possible action. To the Middle East now, where Hezbollah says it has launched dozens of rockets into Israel from southern Lebanon. The IDF said around 30 rockets were fired into northern Israel, but most of them were intercepted or landed in open areas. There have been no reports of any casualties. Tensions remain high in the region since Wednesday's killing of the Hamas political chief Ismail Haniyeh. Hezbollah and Iran and their regional allies have promised retaliation for the killing, which Israel has claimed responsibility for. Earlier on Saturday, the UK and US embassies in Beirut issued an urgent warning to its citizens to leave Lebanon. These were crowds of passengers queuing at Beirut airport's departure terminal. Well, our diplomatic correspondent Caroline Hawley described more about the UK government's response.
The Foreign Secretary today was blunt. He said, leave now. Now, David Lammy was in Beirut this week with the new Defence Secretary. He said the situation could deteriorate rapidly. He said the consequences could be catastrophic. They hope that people will leave by commercial flights, which are still operating, but the government is now gearing up for a possible evacuation if that's needed. And to that end, they're sending extra military personnel, they're sending extra consulate official and border force staff to the region. It's contingency planning. They won't say how many people are going or where, but the last evacuation from Lebanon, when there was a war in 2006, that was by boat to Cyprus, which is very close to Lebanon, where there's already a British army presence. Now, the statement issued by the government today said that 2 military ships are already in the region and the RAF
I'll just send a statement to the police
on standby
about the situation in the UK. I mean, it's mad, it's crazy.
Solution for de-escalation, but fears are growing that if and when Hezbollah retaliates,
It's not easy
for
to
that
deal with.
Israel will attack.
You know,
Lebanon
everyone's
hard.
getting escalated. Like, you know, they're elated, they're like getting fucking angry and annoyed and upset and everything.
Let's talk about what Hezbollah is just reading on the wires.
I said to the police, I don't want you getting fucking hurt or attacked or anything, really. I'm upset to see the police getting fucking attacked and all that.
Fire. How does this compare to what we've seen in the previous months?
It is really significant as it targeted a new settlement called Beit Hillel. So when the shelling includes new territories, this is an indication that this war is getting escalating. So this came as a response of a killing of another field leader.
Can you imagine this planet? This planet with no human
by
beings on this planet. Can you imagine that?
This war
Wouldn't it be mad, eh?
Hezbollah and Israel, it looks like is getting widening, as the Secretary General of Hezbollah said in the last days, that this.
I mean, that'd be a lot of people if we suddenly all killed each other and went crazy. There'd be no human beings alive. There'd be no future. It would be crazy.
Escalating, and all the eyes are on Hezbollah, whether they will be sharing the anticipated Iranian response for the killing of Ismail Haniyeh on their territories or not. This is what everybody's waiting.
Yeah, and what can be done?
There's too many people coming into this UK. Well, UK is a little place. It's a little island. That's it. It's not big really at all. But like, you know, America, Africa, India, all that big places, lots of land, lots of people. I mean, why do they come to UK? I mean, what's going on?
All the eyes are going to the anticipated Iranian response. There were an Israeli delegation in Cairo yesterday trying to discuss something. We heard about the heated phone call between Benjamin Netanyahu and President Biden about the need for a ceasefire in 2 weeks, as the President Biden was wanting. Whether this will happen or not, this will depend on how Iran will respond, whether Hezbollah will be a part of that, whether the Houthis will be part of that.
I'm not going overseas. I'm just staying here. I'm going to die in this place. You know, I'm fed up with life. I'm just worn out. I'm knackered.
Will be reached. I just watched news coming from Gaza. People are really suffering and in really bad need.
I'd rather just have an injection that's going to make me never wake up. That'd be fine with me.
Well, let's bring in Laura Blumenfeld, who previously served as senior policy advisor on the US State Department's Israel-Palestinian negotiating team. Hello to you. In terms of where you see this going, do you get the feeling that all-out war is inevitable?
There is a sense of inevitability. It's almost like that ancient fable of
Too much hate, too much power.
As much as we've tried to avoid.
Oh look, I've got my uniform on. I think I'll be a nasty bastard. Yep. And do this, and do that, and do this, and do that. Fucking have a queen. Everyone starts to fucking.
What can the US in particular
everywhere.
do? And President Biden, in the time he has left in office, do you think?
Well, we would need to do something fast because United States officials are saying that it could come as soon as this Monday, the retaliation, and that it'll be bigger, broader, and less predictable than the last time. But I do see three potential routes for de-escalation. Look, the first is diplomacy. That's our best shot. On the other hand, trust, which is the currency of diplomacy, according to Henry Kissinger, has been broken. Apparently, Iran and Hezbollah are no longer willing to work with neither United States or other Western diplomats as
check my emails to make sure my email went.
When there was that strike by Israel and a Hezbollah commander. The second possibility is simply to if you look back at sort of June of 1967, it's the idea of escalation to de-escalate, where Israel, I'm not optimistic. Look, for Hezbollah,